everyone. Welcome all. We're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you all.
Yes. All right. So, Mr. Mayor, we discussed previously before the meeting that with the change in trajectory for Hurricane Erin, it'll be good to start the city council off and the public with a quick synopsis and a quick briefing on the path of Hurricane Erin and some of the things that we're doing to get ready for the storm. The next person here will be David Kopczynski, our Director of Emergency Management. He's going to give City Council a situational awareness briefing on Hurricane Erin.
I think that's very prudent. Thank you.
All right, well, good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. Give you a quick rundown of what we're expecting to see with Hurricane Erin and then what we've done to prepare and what we're looking at over the next couple of days. All right, the clicker's not working.
Is it on? Is the clicker on?
Maybe not, I don't know. I'm not used to going first, I'm usually, oh, there you go, you're right. Look at the best.
I usually am.
Thanks.
Look at all world tops.
I'm real good at doing what I'm told. All right. So kicking off hurricane season, we're back again. So right now, Hurricane Erin is a Category 3 hurricane. It's located east of the Bahamas. It will remain a very powerful hurricane throughout the rest of this week, somewhere between a Category 2 or 3. It's still forecast to curve to the northeast over the next few days. It's anticipated to start that curve later tonight or tomorrow morning, and it will pass us offshore. However, the trajectory has changed more to a westward, which means closer to our shoreline, bringing some of those outer bands, winds, and coastal flooding closer to our shores and our communities. We expect it to pass just offshore of us as a Category 3, downgrade into a Category 2 Thursday, and then being out of the area by Friday afternoon. So we'll see the conditions worse tomorrow afternoon, and then throughout the day on Thursday, and then start to improve Friday, and by Friday afternoon, we should be back to a semi-normal state. This is not looking like a rain event. There might be a couple periods of rain from the outer bands. Any rain this week and clouds are not associated with the storm that you're seeing today. This looks like it's mostly going to be a coastal tidal event and possibly a wind event. So as you can see from the latest models from about 11 a.m., the outer bands will likely reach us tomorrow afternoon and then continue throughout Thursday. We're looking at 25 to 30 mile per hour out of the northeast with gusts as high as 40 miles per hour. And those could be much higher, especially along the coast, directly along the coast. Once we see where the storm curves, we'll determine how west it's going to track. And then those numbers could possibly change in the next 24 hours, depending on the actual path it takes, not just the forecasted track. And then this morning, they just issued a tropical storm watch for our area, meaning that there's a good possibility that we'll experience tropical storm force gusts, so gusts over 40 miles an hour in the next 48 hours. Tidal and coastal flooding is a concern right now. We're watching the possibility of stacking building waves along the Chesapeake Bay that could result in tidal flooding for our bay communities and the Lynn Haven Bay areas, Croatan, Rudy. The Back Bay area does not look like it should flood right now. We've got the winds out of the northeast, so it should be pushing out of the Back Bay, but stacking those waves at the mouth of the Chesapeake Bay. So our communities along Shore Drive and Lynn Haven, Croatan, like Rudy, is our primary concern right now, but we are watching everywhere. We're expecting to hit moderate to major flood levels during the high tide periods, especially Wednesday night and Thursday night. So we're taking some actions, which we'll go over there to prepare for that. Surf is good for us, or sorry, not good for us. We're have some real concerns there, but I know the surfers are very happy. We're looking at 8 to 12 foot waves starting tomorrow, and that's in the surf zone, onshore break-in, with 10 to 14 foot waves forecasted for Thursday through Friday morning. Chesapeake Bay, in the bay, we're looking at 6 to 8 foot waves on Thursday. And then at Chicks Beach, we could be at that 4 to 6 foot at the mouth of the Lynn Haven. These are all forecasts based off the current westerly track of how close it is. Once it turns, if it shifts out to sea more, this would lower. If it shifts west more, these could increase. That uncertainty is really what has us in our posture of preparedness that we're in right now. On top of that, it's possible we could get another 1 to 3 foot of storm surge along the Atlantic coastline. So on top of those waves and the high tide mark, another 1 to 3 feet of water on top of that. That's all a possibility. Again, those storm surges have not been produced yet by the National Hurricane Center. So those are just a possibility, and we're waiting for those to be released later today. We began watching this storm last week as it developed, keeping a close eye on it, preparing over the weekend, keeping our Patrick and our leadership updated. And then we began planning with public safety infrastructure departments yesterday and today. So the Emergency Operations Center, or EOC, is currently activated to a level 1 enhanced monitoring that will remain at a level 1 for the remainder of the week. We will elevate that to a level 2 partial activation if the storm tracks west more over the coast and we see worsening conditions. But for now, we're staying at a level 1. We do not anticipate needing a local declaration based off this forecast, but over the changes in the next 24 hours, we'll revisit that based on what the path actually is. We did send out a preparedness message to property managers in the Sandbridge community group yesterday. Key messages to send to their visitors and their renters for this week. We're not issuing an evacuation for Sandbridge. We're in a much different position than the Outer Banks and Hatteras of why they did, but we felt it was important to get messaging out to those property management companies so they can answer their guest questions and visitor questions with official information about how to prepare and where to get information from us. Town center parking garages will be made available to residents who wish to move their vehicles, especially the residents in flood-prone areas. That will be Wednesday through Friday, an opportunity for them to move their cars for those higher tides and keep them out of any water that may impact them. Along the oceanfront and Sandbridge, our landscape services and EMS lifeguards have been removing receptacles, banners, flags, lifeguard stands, and any other loose items. They're securing those to prevent those from blowing away. FunkFest and ECSC are what they're calling skinnying down, removing the loose items, the pop-up tents, and they're securing their larger equipment and stages, moving them out of the flood zone and like the bleachers and that type of bandstands for their shows. That will be secure by tomorrow morning, and that also allows beach ops to do preparatory work along the ocean front. We have high water response vehicles that are readied and will be staged at fire stations in the northern areas of the city by tomorrow morning. Additional fire boats and marine rescue assets are already readied and will be available to respond. Public Works is checking drains and their equipment throughout the city, especially in areas that are likely to flood for this event. They are exercising the Windsorwood tide gates, preparing to have those closed based off forecast if needed. 911 and 311 will be upstaffed to handle increases in call volumes Wednesday through Friday. The remainder of the public safety departments are checking equipment, having extra equipment available, and they have plans in place to upstaff if necessary. We're waiting for tomorrow morning's forecast or this evening's forecast to decide what that could look like, but they are fully operational and ready and prepared. And then landscape services, public works, and public utilities will have additional crews on standby ready to respond to trees down, power outages, pump stations are being prepared, generators, etc. And then lastly, just resident preparedness. We have a public messaging going out. We have more messages that'll be going out later today. But we're really urging residents to pay attention to this storm. There's a lot of uncertainty in the forecast, so we don't want to let our guard down. We don't want to panic either, but just really take a moment, get your forecast from official sources, local media, the city, either the city website or city social media. You can sign up for emergency notifications from VB Alert, which is our primary notification system. There's a QR code or the Ready VB website up on the screen. Residents can also text VB Alert, VBALERT, to 67283. We're also urging residents and guests or visitors to sign up for beach condition alerts. That's text beach, BEACH, to 67283. If you live in a flood-prone area or coastal community where winds are likely to be greater, we're asking you secure lightweight objects, secure your boats, vessels, kayaks, canoes, anything like that that could be drift out and cause a search out in the middle of the large waves by the Coast Guard or our marine assets. Lawn furniture, garbage cans, secure those inside. Or bring those inside if you can. If not, grills, propane tanks, secure those closer to the house out of like flood areas or out in the open where it could be blown away. If you have a generator, top it off with fuel. Consider moving your vehicle to one of the garages or to a higher ground with friends, family, to keep it out of floodwaters if you know your property typically floods. And then if you are on a well water or another source of that could lose power, make sure you either have a generator that's topped off or have extra containers of water ready just in case. We've talked to Dominion Power. They are prepared and storm mode and will have crews available for power outages. With the wet ground and all the rain we had, and the gusty winds, there's likelihood that trees could topple over or branches could fall off that could lead to isolated power outage throughout the city. We're not expecting widespread impacts like that, but there could be isolated power outages scattered throughout the city that couple hours until Dominion can get out there in the winds and make those repairs. So we're continuing to monitor. We'll send Patrick an update tomorrow morning for you with the latest update and any other preparedness actions we're taking.
Now, before we take questions, I just want to say thank you very much. And Dave, your work is stellar, and it was proven when we had the tornado a couple of years ago, our rapid response and just coordination and preparation are really the keys. So thank you very much. Rosemary? No, anybody? Okay, let's go Stacy and Hutch.
Thank you very much for that. You had mentioned that you were doing preparations at the oceanfront and Sandbridge. Are there any preparations being done on the Shore Drive area?
If it's city property and city like receptacles and stuff like that, yes, they'll move those. There's not as much up there to move typically on the beach.
Okay, Hutch?
The high water vehicle, one of them will be over there to make sure, especially in a brush truck, to make sure for Bay Island, just in case. I don't think he's thinking it's going to cut it off, but if it did, they would be there.
Bay Island's essential.
Yes, I know. That's why I said it, buddy. Two things.
There, Stacy.
Two things. One is, and we talked about it briefly before we started, is, and just for messaging, is a lot of us don't realize everything we say is East Coast, East Coast, East Coast, but we are west of the storm. So when we hear it bumps west, a lot of people get a sense of relief, and that's not the correct answer here.
West is bad.
Yeah, so it just for the messaging, Tiffany, I just think that might be something that we want to hit on. I know friends and family of mine are not getting that 100%. And then, not that they're not smart people, I'm not saying that. One of them is my wife, so I'm just being real careful there. The other is, you might have said it, Tops, is the time duration that we're thinking this is going to be impacting us. I might have missed that.
So we'll see conditions start to deteriorate but start to move into the area tomorrow afternoon and evening. That's Wednesday. Thursday's when the brunt of it will come. The outer bands, the likelihood of getting those outer bands throughout the day on Thursday evening, overnight Thursday into Friday morning, we'll see it start to taper off. With the expected turn to the north, if you look at the models, it turns pretty hard out to sea. So it should dissipate pretty quickly, and by Friday afternoon, be out of the area. That's all pending the forecast and what it decides to actually do, but that's the current models. For us, we're really prepare for the worst and then hurry up and wait and see what it does either by tonight or most likely tomorrow morning where that's shifted. But we're prepared and have the resources available if needed if it did shift closer to the shore. to put those in place. It's just a matter of, having the staff there.
Patrick or
Mr. Cummings.
Mr. Cummings?
And I don't know if we're going to address this later on, but there are a couple of big events scheduled in the city this weekend or this week. What preparations have we made or changes?
So they've been meeting. They met with them yesterday and this morning. There was on-site walkthroughs with Beach Ops, Public Works, my staff, RMO, along with the second precinct captain and officers. We did a good walkthrough. Yesterday we planned on what they call skinnying down. So removing like the inflatables, like small 10 by 10 pop-up tents, vendor stands, and keeping just the core infrastructure with plans in place to remove the larger infrastructure if needed. Based off the 5 a.m. forecast updates where it's shifting more over the coast, they had a meeting at 9 a.m. and they're in the process of breaking down the larger infrastructure to secure that to prevent damage. The Fun Fest is waiting to see what is happening with the forecast, but the goal is for them to get back out on the beach, Friday afternoon, set up and continue and hold their event. The Surfing Championship is the same posture. They're obviously very happy about the surf conditions for a championship, so their event is going to continue as planned, especially with the professional levels. However, their large like bleachers and their grandstands are being disassembled over the next day, moved inland and secured, but their competition will continue. And then once it dissipates Friday, because it's expected to move out so quick, they feel like we can get that back out on the beach quick and still have normal events for the weekend, or to the extent possible. Obviously, forecast shifts would change that, but that's the plan.
Hey, Amelia?
Thank you for what you've mentioned to us. As you pulled up about town center and the residents, is it going to go all the way across, would you think, Pembroke Square? Because we have seniors and so forth in their area.
I think they'll see gusty winds, and I don't think it'll be too bad inland like that, which is why we selected the town center garages for people to move their vehicles to, primarily based off the current forecast. Directly along the coast is what we're worried about mostly. That's where the wind gusts are going to be the strongest. So that's what we're looking at. And then the flooding building up. Flooding will be the worst during the high tides is what we're seeing. So we're not seeing prolonged flooding event. We're seeing, building floods coming in with the tide, higher than average high tides. And then it, kind of receding a little bit. It'll still be there, but not major or moderate levels. And then for the next high tide cycle. So we're really looking at just 2 high tides that could be pretty significant.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else at this point? Oh, okay, thank you very much.
No problem.
It's always good to be ready for these things.
All right, so, Mr. Mayor, members of council. The council asked for some information on the city's demographic trends. So the city worked with Hampton Roads Alliance to put together an analysis of where we're going in terms of our populations and our demographics for the city, as well as the schools. Next voice you'll hear will be Monica Krosky. She's going to lead off the presentation. Then you'll be joined by Michael Evans, who works for Hampton Road Alliance and used to work for our city budget analyst. He used to be a city budget analyst before he went to Hampton Roads Alliance.
Thank you for that, Mr. Manager. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, similar to what Patrick said, this really is in response to a request that we got from council. It's also just good standard practice as you're heading into a strategic planning session to do some type of environmental scanning. Ideally, we would have done this at the retreat, but the agenda just does not allow for it. So we want you to kind of like place yourself in that mindset as if this big table wasn't dividing you all and that you're at the retreat, so you can really engage with the data. I'm going to do a bio for Michael, but before we get there, just a couple of points of professional privilege. We are so excited, we as in me, so excited about this data. We really wanted to get you something a bit more substantial than the PowerPoint. So Raven, thank you, Raven, passed out these booklets that I got to work with the communications department on. And I have to tell them thank you. Our Deputy Director of Communications, Jason, our 3 graphic designers, in record time put this together. In the back of it is a note section, but we feel as though this is the type of data that you can use over and over throughout the fiscal year. So we wanted it something a bit more substantial. As much as I love data, I do feel like it's necessary to say that no community or its future is defined by numbers alone. But what this data can help is inform your strategies and our plans, and those strategies and those plans shape our future. So keep that in mind as he's going through some graphs. We're not defined by numbers alone, but we do want to have them in mind. The speaker, I'm so excited that Michael agreed to work on this with us in record time. Michael serves as the Director of Business Intelligence for Hampton Roads Alliance. There, he is responsible for leading research on regional investment, competitiveness, and growth. His portfolio of having provided advisory services on is really approaching almost $1 billion, $800 million, and over $1,000 in new jobs to our Hampton Roads area. Prior to him joining the Hampton Roads Alliance, like the manager said, he was a policy and budget analyst. Michael has a bachelor's in public policy and economics from Williams and Mary. But what I'm most excited about in his bio is that Michael is a fellow graduate of the Master of Public Administration program from the School of Government at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. So with that, I will invite my fellow Tar Heel up to go through his presentation. Again, please engage with the data as he's going through it. Think about what it means for the services that we provide, how you govern, impacts on revenue, things of that sort. So with that, Michael.
Welcome.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so much, Monica, for that introduction. Good afternoon, Mayor Dyer, Vice Mayor Wilson, and members of council. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here today. My goal with this presentation is to give you all a clear, data-driven picture of where Virginia Beach stands today, including the city's population, workforce, income, housing, and the larger demographic trends that are shaping the city's future. So think of this as a snapshot of where you are right now and what it means for where you're going. I also want to stress that I've structured this so that way we have ample time for discussion. So please feel free to jump in with questions as we go, not just at the end. Presentations like this always work best as conversations. So if something sparks a question, connects with you, or anything you're seeing in your districts, please feel free to jump in. My goal is to not only share the data, but to make sure it's useful for your role as city leaders. So with that, we'll get started with population dynamics, because that's really the foundation of everything else, including the economy, workforce, and housing demand. Understanding how our population is changing helps give us insights into both opportunities and challenges for the city. So today, Virginia Beach is home to just under 453,000 residents. That makes it the largest city in the Commonwealth, and really a core driver of the Hampton Roads economy. As you can see here, the population for the city has remained relatively flat in recent years, and is expected to remain so and even potentially retract slightly through 2030. Beyond that, the Weldon Cooper Center estimates that the population will expand to about 485,000 within the next 25 years. But the size of the population really only tells part of the story. Another way to look at this is how fast the city is growing, especially when compared to other regional localities, and who we're adding or losing from the community. So if we look at the region as a whole, population growth has been relatively modest when we compare to other localities. The city's population, which is reflected by the solid yellow line kind of in the bottom third of that graph there, shows that the population has grown about 4% over the last 20 years. That places Virginia Beach 8th among the 14 other Hampton Roads localities. And as you can see, most of the growth within the region has been concentrated in our more rural communities, with James City County, Suffolk, and Isle of Wight County really leading the pack. James City County has grown more than 47% over the last 20 years in terms of their population, followed by Suffolk at 35% and Isle of Wight at 30%. It's also worth noting that Virginia Beach did underperform the state as well. So the state is that light gray line kind of in the middle at 117 is their index, so indicating about 17% growth over the last 20 years. If we zoom out to the statewide figures, we can see that this phenomenon is not really unique to Virginia Beach or Hampton Roads generally. Among all the Commonwealth's largest localities, growth has been largely flat. Across all the localities with a population of 250,000 or more, growth has averaged just 1% over the last 10 years. And among the largest counties, growth averaged 1%. And among the two independent cities that are right here in Hampton Roads, Chesapeake and Virginia Beach, growth remained flat at 0%. There we go. So what do these population figures really mean? So when we look at Virginia Beach's population story, especially over the past decade, what we see is stability, but no real growth. That stability has its advantages. You're not under the same strain as fast-growing communities, but it also does present challenges. Flat growth really means your tax base isn't expanding, but the cost of services, think schools, public safety, those all continue to rise, which puts more pressures on the existing tax base and existing taxpayers. It also means that future economic growth depends less on natural population increases and more on how well we retain and attract our talent. Companies tend to follow people, and without a strong pipeline of workers, business momentum tends to slow down. So the key takeaway here is that stable population does not necessarily equal sustainable growth, and our competitiveness really will hinge on how well we bring people in and create a community where people want to stay. So let's shift gears a bit and we'll talk about migration patterns. In 2022, Hampton Roads as a region lost about 2,700 people overall. For Virginia Beach specifically, the city lost about 3,700 people. What's interesting, though, is that gross flows are rather large. Over 25,000 people moved into Virginia Beach, but more than 29,000 people left. So it's not that people aren't moving here, it's just that just as many or slightly more are leaving. So what we'll do is, over the next few slides, take a little bit deeper look at to where everybody's going. So when we look at gross migration figures, what we see, and zoom in kind of on where people are moving to and coming from, we see a lot of regional churn. The top destinations are often right here in Hampton Roads. People are moving across city lines from Norfolk, Chesapeake, Portsmouth, Suffolk, Hampton, and Newport News, all of which are in the top 10 for inflows for the city of Virginia Beach. But those same localities are in the top 10 for outflows as well. That tells us that residents are highly mobile within the Hampton Roads region, but we're not necessarily growing the overall pie. So outside of the region, you'll see high inflows and outflows between other areas with similar workforce compositions, like San Diego, Fairfax, Jacksonville, which you'll see on here is Duval County, and from Honolulu. If we look at net migration and kind of narrow the scope a little bit, we do continue to see a strong pull toward other parts of the region, with 5 of the top 10 outflows being to other Hampton Roads localities. So looking at inflows, however, you see a wide variety, but no real clear trend. You do see moves to other military metros, which really does speak generally to the transient nature of our community, but you also see moves to and from other markets with higher costs of living and higher cost of doing business. When we look at net migration within Virginia alone, places like Suffolk, James City County, and Isle of Wight are attracting former Virginia Beach residents. If you think back to that graph showing growth across Hampton Roads, it's really unsurprising. Looking closer, though, you see that of the top 10 localities the city lost population to, 7 of those top 10 are right here in Hampton Roads. Many of these are nearby communities that potentially have more available land and, in many cases, more sustainable or more attainable housing options. And that really reinforces the connection between population change and our housing markets here regionally. On the other hand, the only other Hampton Roads locality Virginia Beach gained individuals from was the city of Norfolk, and many of the others came from Northern Virginia, likely a similar dynamic related to cost of living and cost of doing business. If we look at the top localities outside of Virginia, the biggest destinations for Virginia Beach residents are other military metros, so places like Jacksonville, San Diego, Honolulu, and Gulfport. Really points to the role that our military population plays in driving migration patterns. Service members and their families, it goes without saying, are highly mobile, and that does shape a lot of our net flows. So if you take Jacksonville, for example, that's among one of the nation's largest military hubs along with us. In 2022, they actually had a net gain of 5,200 residents, and 140 of those came from Virginia Beach, which actually made us their 6th largest inflow outside of the state of Florida. Now, on the other side of the country, in San Diego, another major military metro, they actually had a much larger net loss. They lost 25,000 people overall in 2022, but Virginia Beach kind of stood to gain from that and gained 131 residents from that outflow. So you also see some flows from right across the Virginia-North Carolina border. That's often a draw for former military due to retirement benefits. Many retired service members do move across the border to take advantage of some of that tax-free retirement at the state level. But it's worth noting, because the most recent data we have is from 2022. It will be interesting to see how this plays out in the coming years and to see how these patterns change with new tax laws related to military retirement pay. So beginning in tax year 2024, retired military residents could deduct $30,000 from their Virginia taxable income, and this is going to increase to $40,000 in tax year 2025 and beyond. So it'll be interesting over the coming years to see how that plays out. Now, an important piece that tends to go unnoticed fairly often is international migration. So regionally, international migration is actually the only source of population growth. When we look at domestic patterns, we've been consistently in a negative, in the red in that one. International is really what's offsetting that. So in Virginia Beach, the foreign-born population grew by more than 7% over the past decade, growing from about 38,500 to over 41,000 in 2023, which outpaced overall growth and really quietly offset some of those domestic losses that we've been seeing. One interesting fact, over half of this population, about 56%, is coming from Asian countries, and another 21% of this population is coming from Latin America. There we go. So what does all of this mean when we're talking migration? So first, it underscores the need for regional collaboration on things like workforce planning, transportation, and housing, because people move across city boundaries. Second, it highlights the opportunity to build what we might call a more sticky city here in Virginia Beach, a place where service members, veterans, and their families want to stay after their time in uniform. Retaining even a fraction of that talent would make a significant difference to the future workforce. We tend to have about 15,000 military separations in Hampton Roads annually. Of course, many of which, if they join the military right at age 18, you're talking retirement at age 38. So they're still within that prime working age category. So to wrap up the section on kind of population dynamics, Virginia Beach is really experiencing growth without real momentum. More people are leaving than arriving domestically, and international migration is really the quiet growth engine, but it's not really enough to tip the scales. So the big questions really are we prepared for a future where population growth isn't necessarily guaranteed? And how can we better convert short-term residents, especially military families, into long-term contributors to the economy and to the community? So now that we've touched on population, we're going to shift into demographics, because really who makes up the city today and who will make up the city tomorrow shapes everything from the tax base to workforce and housing demand. So demographic trends don't really just describe people, they really tell us about the city's economic future. So we'll start by looking briefly at age composition. So in 2013, the median age in Virginia Beach was just under 35. Today, it's nearly 37 and a half. And while that might not sound like much, it does signal a slow, steady aging trend. The share of residents in their prime working years has slipped from 44% to 41%. So in other words, fewer people are in the age group that really drives economic activity and fills most of the jobs in the community. If we dig into this a little bit deeper and look at age composition of prime working age individuals in the city, so prime working age is defined as individuals aged 25 to 54. You can see that the trend has been slowly working its way downward. Number of prime working age individuals has fallen from a peak of just over 194,000 in 2015 to just over 189,000 in the most recent year. If we look at the population of individuals under the age of 18, you see a similar trend. You see that over the last several years, that population has also started to edge down, so fewer younger families, fewer children in schools, things like that. And this shift can have ripple effects, schools with flat or declining enrollment, and smaller pipeline of future workers who will one day replace today's retirees. Now, where we are seeing growth is in individuals aged 65 plus. This group makes up a larger share of the city today than a decade ago, and it looks like it will continue to rise. So this means increased demand for health and senior services, while at the same time more households qualifying for tax relief programs, which could potentially limit revenue growth. One thing to note with this is it's not necessarily that the sheer number of individuals age 65 plus is increasing, but because you're seeing outflows in the younger population, they're proportionally getting larger. Now, if we look at this in a slightly different way and look at a 10-year history of the number of households with children versus the number of households with individuals aged 60 plus, you see that 10 years ago, the number of households with children slightly outnumbered the number of households with individuals age 60 plus. And in 2015, that number flipped. And ever since then, over the last 7 years, you've continued to see those lines diverge with about over a third of households having individuals age 60 plus, and 28.9% of households having individuals with children, individuals with children. So these trend lines have continued to edge down and diverge over the last 7 years. And based on current trends, it looks like that trend will also continue. So the big picture really is that Virginia Beach is slowly aging. The prime working age and under 18 populations are falling while the senior population is rising, which creates a double challenge of higher service costs but a shrinking revenue base. From an economic development standpoint, it underscores why talent retention and attraction are absolutely essential components, and we need to keep bringing in younger residents in order to sustain the city's economic engine. Now, one way that we can do that is through the veteran population, which I touched on slightly before. One of Virginia Beach's defining characteristics is its large veteran population. Over 53,000 veterans call Virginia Beach home, which is the largest population in Hampton Roads. As you can see, as of 2023, veterans make up roughly 12% of the population of the city of Virginia Beach, as compared to 11% regionally. And if we zoom out to the state level, you can see that Virginia Beach has the second highest veteran population across the Commonwealth, and the largest among independent cities. The second closest independent city is the city of Chesapeake, which has just under half the number of veterans in the city of Virginia Beach, and they are closely followed by the city of Norfolk. So this is a population that brings a lot of leadership skills, technical expertise, and a culture of service that really does help to strengthen the workforce. But one concerning trend that we're seeing as well is that projections show that by 2040, and this data is from the VA health system, that the veteran population could fall by as much as 16% by 2040. So we can't really take this advantage right now for granted, but it's worth noting this decline is not unique to us. It's not unique to Virginia Beach. It's not unique to Hampton Roads. It's a byproduct, unfortunately, of a volunteer-only military service as the generations impacted by the draft unfortunately pass on. But because Virginia Beach has the second largest veteran population in Virginia, even modest declines can have a ripple effect when it comes to things like talent retention and, of course, tax relief programs. So some of the key takeaways here when it comes to the veteran population is that veterans will remain a key demographic for Virginia Beach, but we need to be a little more intentional about supporting them, not just here, but regionally. This means creating strong employment pathways for transitioning service members, ensuring access to affordable housing, and expanding support for veteran-owned business. If we do that, we can not only help veterans thrive, but help counter some of that population stagnation and keep Virginia Beach as a competitive place to live, work, and to stay. So another subgroup in the population that we're going to talk about, of course, is the Virginia Beach school system, which is one of the largest school divisions in the Commonwealth and is an essential piece to the city's long-term economic competitiveness. So education is a driver of both workforce and quality of life. So these numbers give us a window into future opportunities and challenges. It's worth noting that just recently, Virginia was ranked the #1 state for education in 2025 by CNBC, which really reinforces how critical our local school system is in sustaining that reputation and ensuring that we continue to attract and retain talent here in Virginia Beach. On a per pupil basis, at just over $16,000 per student, Virginia Beach has the second lowest cost per pupil in Hampton Roads. This reflects efficiency in how resources are managed, but we should also keep in mind that being lower cost doesn't necessarily mean less need. Student demand and service expectations are evolving, and we'll look at that here in a few slides. If we look at student enrollment, you can see that it's been relatively flat. Comparing the 2020 to 2021 school year to the 2024 to 25 school year, enrollment declined just about 1.2%. So in other words, we're not seeing the kind of student growth that would indicate an expanding young population in the city. So just yet another indicator that points to that aging a little bit. And then if we look at student enrollment by grade level, looking at grades pre-K through 5th grade, they make up the largest proportion of enrolled students at 46%. It's a little hard to read, but it's that dark blue bar at the bottom, and you can see that it's remained relatively steady over the last 5 years. And this is important because elementary enrollment is really a forward indicator. It shows us what the pipeline into middle and high schools are going to look like, and what it'll look like over really the next decade. And a flat or declining base today could potentially indicate slower growth later. Now, shifting a little bit to some increasing needs among the student population, even though enrollment is flat, it's worth noting that the complexity of student needs is rising. More students require special education, English language learner support, or gifted education, which means additional staffing, additional resources, and specialized programs, even without growth in the total headcount. And then if we look a little bit here at the cost of some of these increasing needs, in fiscal year 2024, the school division spent $139.6 million on special education and related services. About 83.5% of that funding came from state and local sources. And on top of that, the city provides additional funding for English language learners at roughly $3,200 per student and gifted learners at about $2,100 per student. So while total enrollment is flat, the cost per student is climbing because the profile of the student needs is changing, which is a critical fiscal consideration, and it ties kind of into these overall broader themes of population change. And when you look at a lot of these different components, you can see that the per pupil expenditure varies widely from about $6,000 at the low end to pushing $62,000 for students with multiple disabilities. So now that we've covered some of the population dynamics, we're going to shift, and demographic dynamics as well, we're going to shift into income and poverty. And this is where we'll connect wages, cost of living, and affordability. Virginia Beach is a city with a relatively high household income compared to many other localities in the region. But as we'll see, those numbers can sometimes mask a deeper financial vulnerability. So Virginia Beach has a median household income of about $91,000 per year. And that's higher than the Hampton Roads regional median, which sits closer to $80,000. And on paper, that puts Virginia Beach well ahead of most of the region. But the bigger question is how far those dollars stretch, given rising costs of housing, childcare, and other essentials. That graph below you can see shows a comparison of the median household income in dark blue, and the light blue bar shows the per capita income, which as of 2023 stands at about $47,000 per year. If we break income down by occupation, the story starts to shift just a little bit. Of the top 10 most common jobs in the city of Virginia Beach, about 4 out of those 10 fall below the city's per capita income. These are a lot of kind of the service worker positions, food service, retail, and support roles. But these are really important. These are the ones that power a lot of the daily life here in Virginia Beach and a lot of the tourism economy. And these individuals are not earning enough to comfortably afford the cost of living in the city. And if we look at positions that we are trying to attract more of across the region and here in the city, like those in professional services and healthcare, you can see that those are comfortably above the per capita income, and many of them are approaching, if not exceeding, that median household income. If we look at poverty levels in Virginia Beach, the city performs relatively well with one of the lowest official poverty rates in the region. If you look at the dark blue line, that is the poverty rate for the city of Virginia Beach. Sits at 8.3% as compared to 10.2 in the green line for the statewide figure. The other two lines show SNAP benefit recipients. So these are not only individuals who fall below that federal poverty line, but are seeking assistance from the federal government. Virginia Beach is also much lower than the state level at 6.5% as compared to 8.8% statewide. But what's important to remember when we look at these figures is this only captures families below the federal poverty line. Families just above that line often earn too much to qualify for aid programs, but do struggle to make ends meet. And that's where alternative figures such as the ALICE framework comes in. So ALICE is a measurement used by the United Way. It stands for Asset Limited, Income Constrained, and Employed. ALICE households all earn above the federal poverty line, but below what's needed to cover basic costs like housing, healthcare, and transportation. Virginia Beach does have a sizable share of ALICE households. Just under a third of households, at right about 30%, are classified as ALICE households. And this means that many working families remain financially stretched even though they are employed. This figure really illustrates kind of the squeeze that you hear a lot of people talk about, where median income is high, but the ALICE threshold for a family of 4 is actually almost identical to the median household income in the city of Virginia Beach, right around $90,000. So many households may look middle class on paper, but they still struggle with affordability. By this calculation and what's referred to as the ALICE household survival budget, a family of 4 in the city needs to earn about $92,000 to make ends meet, which is slightly above the median wage, which means roughly half of all households earn below that threshold. Now, the average household size is slightly smaller in Virginia Beach, so that figure is probably a bit less, but it's just an interesting fact to kind of keep in mind. Another way to look at this is through MIT's living wage calculator. This calculation estimates the local wage rates that a full-time worker requires to cover the cost of their family's basic needs where they live. So if we look up at the top there, the median non-family household income is roughly $57,000. So this is kind of used as a proxy for an individual's median income. So we're not looking at a household. The average household here in Virginia Beach is just over 2, and I think it's around 2.7 individuals. So the non-family household income is a good capture for some of those single earner households. That top row where you see it says living wage, that is the income per individual in the household. So when we look at this, you can see that a single earner with no children and a dual income household with each earner making between $35,000 and roughly $49,000 are the only 3 categories that fall below the median income for a single earner in the city of Virginia Beach. When you look at the other categories, those households are the ones where we would begin to get concerned that they might be income constrained when it comes to cost of living. So even though the city's overall income numbers are strong, many households are still falling short of what's required to live comfortably. So here are the key takeaways when it comes to income and poverty. Virginia Beach does enjoy a high median income, but the cost of living does tend to reduce that advantage a little bit. The official poverty rate is low, but ALICE data shows a broader group of households that might be living paycheck to paycheck, and many of the city's most common occupations simply don't provide what we would deem a livable wage. And that brings us to the bigger question of what can the city do to address this? There are two key considerations. First, continuing the work that you're doing to attract growth in industries that attract mid to high wage jobs, mid to high skill jobs. That point is critical. And second, as we transition into the next thing, housing costs matter just as much as wages. And if housing remains out of reach, it does undercut the ability to retain and attract the workforce we need. So the story is relatively simple. Income is strong, but affordability will determine Virginia Beach's long-term competitiveness. So now let's shift over to housing trends. This is the last major topic that we're going to talk about today. So housing is one of the most critical pieces of economic infrastructure, shapes workforce attraction and retention, cost of living, and even the pace at which employers can expand here in Hampton Roads and in the city of Virginia Beach. These next few slides will help us understand kind of where Virginia Beach stands in that mix. So if we start by looking at data from the real estate assessor's office, looking at existing homes, about a quarter of all homes in Virginia Beach are now assessed at $500,000 or more. And I apologize, there's a typo on the top of this slide. It says $750,000. That should say $500,000 or more. And fewer than half are assessed below $350,000. This distribution does show how the market is shifting, with more affordable entry points kind of shrinking in proportion and high value properties showing a little bit more expansion. Now, when we look at new construction, this picture becomes even more clear. So nearly half of all new homes are assessed above $750,000, while fewer than 20% are assessed below $350,000. So in other words, the new housing supply that's coming online is overwhelmingly at the top of the market rather than at the middle of the market. Another way to look at this, we looked at kind of the assessed value. This graph really looks at home sale prices and what is deemed affordable. So in 2025, as of late July, the median sale price in the city of Virginia Beach was $418,362. When we compare that to what a household earning the median income could reasonably afford, we find an affordability gap of about $150,000. That affordability gap is one of the widest that we've seen in years, but I will say it is not unique to Virginia Beach. This is a problem across Hampton Roads. I recently gave a similar presentation on housing to the Chesapeake Chamber Board, and the city of Chesapeake has a housing affordability gap of right around $120,000. So certainly not a unique problem to Virginia Beach, but one that should be addressed. Another way to think about this, and kind of a fun but telling fact, is that in 2007, the median home buyer was born in 1968. Now, nearly 2 decades later, as of 2024, the median home buyer was still born in 1968. So what we're seeing is the same generation is holding most of the housing market. You just see kind of churn within the individuals that have built kind of equity in their homes, and you see that younger individuals have been priced out. And in Virginia Beach, that gap between the median sale price and what a typical household can afford kind of reinforces that challenge. If we look at housing costs by occupation, we can see that the affordability gap does have some real workforce implications, especially when we look at this on an individual earner basis, when we're thinking of attracting young professionals to the city. So to afford the median sale price, an individual earner would likely need to make over $130,000 to afford the median home at $418,000. What's notable, though, is that fewer than 1 in 4 non-family households earn more than $100,000 and less than 7% earn more than $150,000. So that means most workers, even some solid middle income and high income positions, are likely priced out of a lot of home ownership opportunities within the city. This table here kind of gives you a demonstration of that. So if we look at occupations like registered nurses, mechanical engineers, even software developers and attorneys, where that income threshold does approach that 130,000, less than 40% of houses would classify as affordable for an individual earner looking to buy a home in Virginia Beach. Now, it's not just homeowners. Renters are feeling the squeeze as well. The median rent now sits at $1,648 in the city, and more than half of renter households in Virginia Beach are considered cost burdened, meaning that they spend more than 30% of their income on rent. Now, that limits their ability to save, invest, and move up the housing ladder. And one unique factor that I always like to mention and kind of touch on when we discuss especially rent prices in the area is the role that BAH, or the Basic Allowance for Housing, plays in our market here in the city. So BAH essentially creates a de facto price floor when you look at rental prices, which means even if the market would otherwise soften, which we are seeing a little of, we've become a little bit oversupplied in the multifamily sector since COVID, rental prices still really don't fall below what the military is going to pay. So this, while it does add stability to that market, it does also keep rents a little elevated. So what does all of this mean when we're talking housing? Housing in Virginia Beach is increasingly expensive and becoming more inaccessible, not just for low-income households, but also for middle and even some high-income earners. Affordability challenges ripple into workforce attraction, retention, and overall competitiveness. And the real opportunity exists in investing in that missing middle housing and workforce housing, the kinds of homes that support teachers, nurses, police officers, and young single professionals who want to live in the city that they work. One final point before we close this section, because it is a question that I do get a lot when I talk on this housing piece, is whether or not the interest rates and a declining interest rate would help to solve this problem. And unfortunately, while a lower interest rate would shift monthly payments at the margin, because our market here in Hampton Roads is pretty structurally undersupplied, all a reduced interest rate would serve to do is kind of make our problem worse. That's what we saw during COVID. That's why you saw a lot of those housing prices increase. So interest rates are really good at doing one thing, and that's increasing demand. But the only real long-term fix is to address the supply side, especially in middle market housing. Without it, both affordability and competitiveness will continue to erode. All right, so we have just gone through a lot of data. Migration, demographics, schools, income, and housing. Taken individually, these pieces are informative, but together they paint a more complete picture of both the challenges and opportunities for Virginia Beach. This next section is really about connecting the dots and looking at how these trends overlap and what they might mean for the city's future competitiveness. So the numbers are important, but it's really the story behind them where the real insights begin to emerge. So if we start to connect the dots here, the first theme that I want you guys to walk away with is that slow growth plus an aging population is going to lead to workforce pressures. Flat growth and an aging population mean fewer prime working age residents. That shrinks the talent pool. At the same time, housing costs are pushing younger workers and families toward other localities. The second major theme here is that housing costs are a common constraint. Housing affordability isn't just a quality of life issue, it's directly tied to whether we can retain talent, grow our labor force, and keep our schools full. And housing is really the through line that touches workforce, migration, and enrollment. The third theme here is some of the city's great economic strengths do tend to mask some smaller gaps. On paper, the median income looks exceptionally strong, and many of the most common occupations pay wages that fall below the cost of living. The Alice household data shows that beneath the surface, there does lie some real financial vulnerability for a non-insignificant portion of the population. Kind of the fourth theme that I want you guys to consider is that migration patterns reflect a lot of competitiveness. We're losing residents domestically, often to more affordable rural parts of the region, but international migration is quietly offsetting some of that loss, but those gains aren't necessarily evenly distributed. So it raises the question of how do we compete to keep and attract people? And the fifth and final theme I want you guys to take away here is that education demand is changing, but without enrollment growth right now. Enrollment is flat, but students need more complex and more special education than ever. English language learners, gifted learners, things like that. These shift and mirror kind of some broader demographic changes that we're seeing citywide. So, after all these numbers and all these trends, what do they really tell us? When you connect the dots, these 5 major considerations emerge. And the important part is these aren't isolated issues. These all overlap and really reinforce one another. So strengthening housing affordability as an economic strategy. Housing isn't just a social issue, it's an economic infrastructure issue. Without affordable, accessible housing, we can't continue to grow our workforce. And as we saw earlier, whether it's population stagnation or migration patterns, the availability and affordability of housing underpins many of the other trends that we're seeing. Target talent retention and attraction. Population growth is no longer a guarantee. Future growth depends on whether we can keep military families here, make Virginia Beach a little bit more sticky city, and attract young professionals while supporting reskilling for mid-career workers. This ties directly back to a lot of the other trends that we're seeing when it comes to, of course, migration, housing, and the like. Diversifying job growth into mid and high wage sectors. This is something the city is already doing a very good job at, and I would say continue to lean into that. As cost of living pressures rise, we need to focus on sectors that create those higher wage jobs and that bridge between workforce, income, and affordability. If the jobs don't keep pace with the cost of living, we widen that income gap and risk to lose talent. Fourth, we need to look more regionally to plan for mobility and quality of life. Migration patterns remind us that no city, especially here in Hampton Roads, is an island. Residents don't think in terms of city limits, and they really just think about where they can live, commute, and raise families. So transportation, workforce strategies, housing all have to be regional because that's how people actually move through their daily lives here. Fifth and finally, adapting services for a changing population. Demographic shifts are changing the profile of who the city serves. An aging population, growing student needs, and diversifying households all put new pressures on city services, which means long-term fiscal planning, but also rethinking how the city delivers services to meet those different needs. So these are the 5 key data points that really everything points us toward: housing, talent, job growth, regional planning, and adapting to demographic change. But the important things to recognize that these aren't 5 separate silos. They are connected. Each of these threads we've talked about today weaves into a larger story about where Virginia Beach is headed. So, and that brings us to our closing thoughts here. So as we've seen today, the data tells a pretty balanced story. Virginia Beach has very clear strengths, strong schools, a resilient economy, and an undeniable high quality of life. But it does face headwinds in terms of population growth, housing supply, and workforce retention. So the real takeaway is that these aren't isolated challenges, they are interconnected. Population shapes workforce, workforce shapes the economy, and housing and schools really fall at the center of all of it. And addressing one without the other likely won't get everybody to where we need to go. So the good news is Virginia Beach does start with a position of strength. And that was my hope today with this presentation, to give you not just information, but a framework for connecting those dots and thinking holistically about the city's long-term competitiveness. So as I mentioned, I've intentionally left ample time for discussion because the most important part of today isn't necessarily the data, it is the dialogue about what we can do with it. So I want to thank you all for your time and your attention, and I'd love to open this up for questions and discussion.
Mr. Mayor, before you open up for questions, Monica's going to come in and wrap this back up into the context of preparation for the strategic retreat, which is next week. Before you go to questions.
I don't even know how you put a bow on that. I mean, just amazing job to you, Michael. Again, I think you said it beautifully. The data is really a backdrop, an invitation for discussion as you all head into your retreat. Many of these topics you've addressed in your focused action plan at different levels. Some are at the infancy, some are a bit more mature, whether it be the housing grant program that you all passed recently. You are hitting on many of these themes, but we wanted to provide you with facts and figures so that could be top of mind as you think about your priorities. You know that Julie's going to give you some stickers and you're going to have to vote of where you want us to put our attention for the next 24 months. So it's important to us that we arm you all, because I like to tell people you don't govern in a utopia, you govern in reality. So being able to ground you in what some of that reality is, not being constrained by it because we still write our future, but being informed by it was the goal. And Michael, you did it so beautifully. I feel as though Kevin's out there in the audience like a proud parent who just wants to cry. Just phenomenal job. And council, we really invite you all to have discussion. Bring your booklets next week to the retreat if you could remember. But we really would like to invite your discussion, dialogue, thoughts on what you've been presented with. Again, Michael, I feel like clapping, but I feel like Dr. Ross Hammond will lead a clap. Like, you did an amazing job. I'll stand over here.
Okay, let me kick it off. First of all, I think it was a very valuable presentation. You know, we got to take a picture of ourselves and, see where we stand. But once again, we have that confrontation with reality. And I think it's fair to say, every city is having these discussions and these problems. These are not unique at all, to the city of Virginia Beach. We are having the silver tsunami here. I pretty much joined them in my last birthday at 3/4 of a century, but it's coming. And once again, we have to get that affordable housing piece.
Yeah.
And but the other thing is too, in terms of creating the wealth and everything. I think with Rosemary and a number of us and a number of the mayors talking. A shift in education, that maybe college is not the place for some people, but getting a skilled trade. I know the shipyard in Norfolk's been looking for 5,000 to 6,000 skilled employees coming up, and they make some pretty good money. But also in the area of welders and auto body repair, there are definitely needs to fill in there. And, they make some pretty good wages doing that. And the other thing is, too, with the confrontation of reality, is the cost of housing.
Yeah.
We just learned recently, since 2018, the cost of building materials has gone up 99%. And then also, working with, some of the Realtors Association, we were given a figure that Wells Fargo mortgage calculates there's a $93,000 regulatory money goes into pretty much any new building now, with all the new building codes and everything. So if you're talking pretty close to $100K onto a house, so if you buy a piece of land for $150,000 and then do the regulatory, you're talking $250,000 before you even put the first nail in the first board. But once again, I think this is a thing in terms of, we hear it from the military with the Hampton Roads Military Federal Facilities Alliance. Every branch of the military is begging for affordable housing, for military readiness in terms of recruitment and retention. But once again, I think you really highlight what we have to focus on. It was a dynamic presentation, and I thank you. And let's start with Josh.
Thank you.
And then we'll go to Stacy and Worth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Evans, that was probably one of the best presentations I've seen out of the Alliance or period in a very long time on these types of issues. And I thank you for it, because as I was sitting there, I was thinking, it's housing. It's housing and it's schools. And I mean, we're attracting people from places that we ordinarily compete with, where we oftentimes say we're losing residents to Northern Virginia, but people are moving here because it's more affordable, relatively speaking. But then again, people are leaving here for other more affordable places than we are. And I mean, really, the why is it's cost of living and it's quality of life. And we have we have really good quality of life. And I think we need to, I mean, we do a great job shouting it from the rooftops, but I think we could do it even more. Because I think you could live a lot of other places in this country and then even in the region and get a lot less for what you pay. That being said, I do think we've got an opportunity with housing, and I think we got to keep going. And schools, because that's what, I mean, schools are incredibly important for, they're an economic development tool, they attract residents. I mean, we can't be afraid of growth. I mean, a lot of times in this community, we all hear it, growth is kind of a bad word. But growth in terms of business growth and even new residents help offset the burden that our existing taxpayers have, and especially new business growth. So I loved your how you talked about the military and how to make it a sticky economy for them, because we've got a lot of talented people coming out of service that dump right into cyber and tech and maritime and all of the things that translate really well. And it was the first time I'd ever heard live, work, stay. That's pretty neat, because you could stay, like we all want our kids to stay here, but you can also stay here on vacation. So anyway, great job.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's go Stacy, Worth, and Jen.
Again, I want to pile on and say what a great presentation. A lot of data. I'm going to ask you a few questions that may test your North Carolina education. Besides the benefit of, the obvious benefit of owning versus renting, when it comes to addressing the issues that you brought up about the affordable housing, I think a lot of that is obviously we have a shortage of inventory in Virginia Beach. So in addressing that, is there a different way to look at the benefits of rental units versus home ownership?
Sure.
Or does it matter at all?
I wouldn't say it doesn't matter. I think they definitely serve two different functions within the housing market. But I think when you look at housing versus like purchasing a home versus renting in Hampton Roads, largely because of that BAH dynamic that I mentioned, there's not the cost advantage that you see in non-military metros to renting versus owning a home. And often prior to 2020, it was often cheaper to own than to rent in Hampton Roads in many cases. You do see a lot higher prevalence of housing burden among renters across not only Virginia Beach, but Hampton Roads. It's largely over 50. I think every locality is just over 50% in terms of housing burden. So there's that kind of interesting dynamic to it. But I will say addressing housing and especially kind of that missing middle housing piece of it, to the mayor's point just a minute ago, it's harder and harder for deals and projects to pencil now. So it's definitely something that's probably going to take a regional approach. I don't know that it's something that any individual city can go at alone and accomplish in total.
So in our position on council, if we're looking at two alternative uses for a piece of property, one being rental units or one being home ownership type units, should a preference be given one towards the other?
We're chronically undersupplied in terms of our housing market. So I would say preference right now with the market dynamics would be housing for purchase or even high density for purchase, something that kind of creates that opportunity to buy into the market. I touched on it very briefly, but ever since, so we were undersupplied quite a bit when it came to multifamily leading up to COVID. There was a big surge in building multifamily units 2020, 2021, and into 2022. And we're kind of reached a point where we're meeting demand. We're a little bit oversupplied, not by much, not enough to really drive prices down, but just enough to create a little bit of softening in that multifamily market. But what we have always been very undersupplied in is housing available for purchase.
And do you have any idea, any insight as to how many units would need to come online to address the shortage in inventory?
I don't have an exact number, but that's something I could definitely look into.
Thank you very much.
Chris?
Dave Worth and then Jennifer.
Thank you, Mayor Dyer. Mr. Evans, thank you very much for this, as you say, valuable, I think fascinating discussion. And I hope this carries over to our planning retreat next week and also for the next year. It is so much food for thought here. It's got my head spinning right now. But I think for overall, just for, in my opinion, I've got a question at the end of this, but Virginia Beach, we're a victim of our own success and for a lot of reasons. The housing affordability, a lot of people do want to live here, have bought houses to live here for vacations. You know, like in the North End, for example, or on the ocean front, a lot of that is tourists that have a second home here. So it's very difficult to buy houses here. The housing threshold there is really high. And back to your point, Councilman Cummings, about renting versus owning. I mean, I think truly people make decisions to live in a house that they can own versus rent. So that's why this is so fascinating, because, you know, the population we're responsive to as elected officials, because people vote, but people also vote with their pocketbook and where they live. And that's why I think this says a lot about Virginia Beach. Cups half full and half empty in many regards. But all that being said, I do think, and I'll make an example here in a minute, the cost of government also should be in a consideration. And I know you didn't put that in your matrix here, probably for a variety of reasons, because you have a lot of localities. And I do note how many other localities in our region are in the same boat as we are. So I think a rising tide will lift all boats for that. But the cost of government, how much we tax on our already expensive houses. We have the lowest tax rate in the region except for the city of Williamsburg and maybe Isle of Wight County. Mm-hmm. But that's the rate, but the taxes generated are really high because of our high prices. And I'm very sensitive to that. That being said, my District 6, we invest a lot of our city money in District 6 to support tourism, to attract young people to live here. Atlantic Park, it's almost full, $153 million of taxpayer money for that. We're going to see great benefit from it, but that's a large amount of money, of taxpayer money, to support the, you know, I'm just saying the pros and the cons here. I'm not saying one. Yeah. That's what we, you know, as a body have to consider when we have these projects coming forward, because people vote with their pocketbooks. And so I'll end this with the question, isn't this really a national trend of exit or flight to the exurbs? We're a suburb. Exurbs would be Isle of Wight, Suffolk, James City County. Fairfax County has 9 Fortune 500 companies, but they have zero growth. And I think that's going to be attributable to affordable housing and the cost of living. Yeah. So across the country, New York, I mean, big cities are losing. And then California, a great state, I love it. Great Facebook, Google, NVIDIA, Hollywood, there's great things come out of California. But San Diego is not growing as fast as Florida, where there's no state income tax. So I'm throwing a lot out there, but that's why I think it's fascinating. But can you answer the question? Is this a national trend that we're up against?
Yes. So with the exception of a small handful of cities, Florida's recently seen a slight shift of more people moving out, just generally. But largely speaking, when you look at large metropolitan areas, major metropolitan areas, you do see that kind of broadening out of the population base. So it's moving from the more expensive city centers out toward those more rural communities. So yeah, this is not an issue that is in any way unique to Virginia Beach or Hampton Roads more broadly. It's definitely something that you're seeing in all the major metro areas.
Jennifer.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this was fantastic. Thank you for Monica for setting this up and thinking to even think to do this. And for this information, I know I'll be bringing it to the retreat. So my mind is going around. I'm trying, like, I see an image of like buckets. So if we have an economy and the balance of the economy, who is it? Is it working evenly well for multiple different groups, or is it tilted to the benefit of one kind of group over another? So by that I mean we have an aging population that at some point will benefit or may already benefit from tax relief in that way. We have a veteran population that will benefit or that is benefiting from certain tax relief.
Mm-hmm.
We have families, working individuals and families who don't see the same kind of relief programs,
Right.
but need a different kind of service because they've got children in schools. And so when I think of the balance of revenue coming in and what we're spending it on and who's paying for it, how I think about the tourism economy. So that portion that needs a different kind of balance. So I'm wondering as a city how we are, if we're balancing it well, or if there needs to be some tweaking to the inputs to get to help us achieve these things. That's one question that I have. If you have thoughts, and I have something else.
Yeah, and honestly, that it's hard to say right off the bat. I mean, that would require a lot deeper dive into kind of those programs and kind of where we're seeing those benefits and those ripple through effects. But I will say, I think when you talk about kind of whether or not it's lopsided in one way or another, I think where that's the most prevalent is kind of that statistic I gave on the housing market, where you've got the same median age from 2 decades ago buying houses that are buying houses today. You see kind of the individuals who bought into a less expensive market being able to capitalize on that, and you just see that consistent churn. You don't really see a lot of new entrants into that market. So I will say it's probably lopsided to individuals who have been able to build wealth through things like home ownership and investment, but it's hard to say whether like the individual tax programs are. I'd have to do kind of a deeper dive on that.
Thank you for that. And then for housing, so affordability. And what I've heard, and I wonder if you have any insight into it, that we're building on the higher end. So the construction, whether it's rents, their market rate as opposed to affordable overwhelmingly, or the homes are at the higher end. And what I've heard is, well, instead of building affordable, build more expensive, and the people who can afford it will move and then leave their properties or their units vacant for the middle to move in.
Sure.
Do you see that playing out? Is that something that's actually happening?
In function, it's a little bit more complex than that, I think, especially in highly desirable localities like Virginia Beach, because that entry point, it's like when you look at the median sale price, it's pushing $420,000. When you've got a median individual income of right around 90, the math becomes a little bit tricky. So you're not really seeing, yes, you're seeing some of that, but that's why you see, like right now, if you look at some of the market dynamics, you're seeing a little bit more slowing at the top of the market in terms of sale prices. But when you look at housing sales, really sub 500,000, they move really quick. And that's part of that dynamic. But as you saw with the dynamics of existing homes, you've still got a shifting proportion where more and more and more houses are falling into that 500 plus category. So the math just becomes, it happens, but the math just becomes a little bit tricky because the supply isn't there. And then you've got multiple people competing for a house, and it just progressively makes it unaffordable.
Final question, then I'm done. So with supply, because Councilmember Riddick mentioned it, and I don't know that there's a policy for this in the dynamic of our country, but when people buy properties as part of their investment portfolio,
Sure.
So you're taking housing offline because you're renting it for profit. Have you seen anything, any municipalities, any policies, any places that address that issue, if it's seen as an issue at all, in terms of supply is there, but it's offline because it's vacant in use for something other than someone's primary residence?
Yeah, it's funny. I don't know of any localities specifically that have implemented it, but that topic actually came up. I actually forget who I was discussing it with at one point, about localities that there have been discussions in localities about limiting the number of houses that can be kind of investor owned in a particular area. So there are discussions like that. I'm not aware of any specific cases, but I can look into that and find out.
Okay, we're gonna go Amelia Hutch Rosemary.
Thank you. I really enjoyed that. I'm so glad you brought him in. Even though you mentioned North Carolina. I was there in Denver, but we'll accept that. Thank you. I noticed and jotted down a few things. Straight came to my mind was about schools. Because even though we are not having the growth, you also mentioned the migration in of Asian groups, South America, and the different areas you show for the challenges that's costing us more. Like second language, specialization, and so forth. We also have to look at that sometimes some of these young people are misdiagnosed because they don't understand the English yet. And you still have to have someone working with that. So that is a challenge. You mentioned about workforce housing. We really need to come to a clear definition. Because you mentioned teachers, you mentioned nurses, we also have the veterans population, and we still have that dynamic where you see a lot of the veterans end up retiring around 38. So if they're retiring around that age, they're looking for that second job to maintain while still having a salary from the first, like a pension. So that, again, sometimes you see some people who aren't there, who've never been into the veterans, into military, wondering how they're going to work, what is possible. And sometimes when you have workforce housing, some people think of it in a different definition. So suddenly you get the NIMBY situation. We're trying to put affordable housing in whatever development. We have people who are strongly against it because they're assuming there's just homeless people coming in. But these are career people, so we really need to stress that point. The teachers, the nurses, all of those who need to be employed desire and need to have those affordable housing. This is why last time I deferred builders because everything was market rate. I said, go back and look at it and see if you can put something affordable for those teachers and nurses because that's where our retention base is. You also mentioned about transportation. Now, you know we have water everywhere. So that is a problem that we will need to address. The demographics changed, and I mentioned about, there was one last one. I jotted down. 1 second. You mentioned about 4 types of challenges. The other is homelessness, because we still have quite a few veterans on the street. So those parts and understanding homelessness is not a crime. So as you go, we'll bring some of these back to you so that you can look at what possibilities, what is a good name that the whole region can use. Instead of just workforce, we have affordable, we have attainable, but we don't have one that has been defined and we can use across the Hampton roads. And I think it will help people better understand the value of these homes, of sometimes we're running out of land.
Yeah, absolutely.
So sometimes we'll have to dig into other areas to have these developed. And there are people who have these already. We've got to look beyond that and say, for the grace of God, there goes I.
Yeah.
But thank you so much for your presentation. We'll definitely use it in the retreat. So come ready, sharpen your pencils. Thank you.
Thank you. How's Rosemary?
So, first, my God, I've seen better presentations. No, I'm just
Thinking of one budget hearing in particular.
was our budget analyst for the fire department for a little bit, and we nicknamed him Picasso because the way he could help you paint your picture was very helpful. So my hat has been off to him for a long time. Another anecdotal thing is there's some properties in Woodstock where I live, and there were 9 lots, and the sign said upper 700s for like 6 months. The weekend that they dropped it to the upper 4s, they sold all 9 lots. So it goes kind of to what you were saying, because I was getting asked constantly, what's going on with the property. So I think it just kind of shows in a little bit of what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Could you go to that last slide that you had? Yeah, that one. So I really liked this part for how you brought it together, and I know I've said it from here a lot. We are Virginia Beach. I do think we're supposed to set the standard. I love all the other cities. I've got family in all of them. But I think, like for us and what everybody has been saying here about our housing and our affordability and the NIMBY problem that we run into, and any of us that have had developers in our first due, if you will, it comes out every time, about how we're doing, what it's for. A lot of misinformation comes out. So I think strengthening that housing point, and it's hard to find the property, as we're saying, to not do just the multifamily, to get the single family homes and to get them in that right price range.
Yeah.
So then it goes right to, like you said, number 2 and 3. I really see them all being, those 3 in particular, being very connected.
Yes.
Is that the retention and attraction? You have to pay your people. And back to me saying we're Virginia Beach, and with our tourist money coming in and everything else. So I don't mean to take away from LJ and them about pushing back a road if we need to, but if it comes to paying a little better salary and holding off a couple years on a road, that's where I think we should be. Within reason, I'm not trying to say that, but with our tourist dollars and everything else and how we invest them is ultimately important. And like everybody else has said here, there's a lot of numbers going through my head right now, but paying that mid-level group and keeping their salaries at a nice range, if it does happen with trickle down, then they're going to be the ones that are going to try to do it, and it's going to help us with that retention and attraction. And that's where I've seen it firsthand, that Isle of Wight, we haven't mentioned Carolina. Moyoc gets a lot of us.
Oh, yeah.
We have a lot of people going down there. So that, I think that matters. It's especially poignant today in that we have a major storm off the coast. You do not want your employees in another jurisdiction during that period. It's really important for them to be in the city. It just helps with everything. So I like all that you did. My one question for you is, when you look at Isle of Wight and Moyoc and everything else in Suffolk, and if you're talking to the developers and everybody else, they talk about some of the constraints that they're finding in those outlying areas. Is that eventually going to help us keep people from going out? You know what I mean? I don't want to say they're going to fill up, but is it going to become a little more cost prohibitive for them to do business there, so therefore they'll be more inclined to stay here?
That's going to be dependent on each locality and kind of how they plan for rapid growth. Rapid growth is a really hard thing for a locality to adjust to, especially when you're seeing, 30% plus population increases over, a given period of time. Some of those constraints that, of course, those localities are facing are, utility related. They don't have the utility infrastructure to support all of this new housing. So they're having to invest in their CIP programs and all that kind of stuff to keep up with that population boom. And it depends on how they adjust as they go. So it's hard to say broadly if that trend's going to hold. If a locality were to kind of up like real estate taxes, for example, as they were experiencing that population growth.
So you mean like if they're having to build schools and roads, they may have to go up in taxes, and therefore that's going to cause everything to...
Exactly.
Okay.
So there will be those adjustments as it moves along, but it just depends on how each locality plans. So it's hard to say. I don't see that happening. I don't see them hitting that wall within the next 10 years, but it's likely that it could.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Rosemary.
Well, excellent. And also the council's comments have been wonderful as well. And just goes to, there's a cycle. Everything is connected.
Mm-hmm.
The jobs, business, education, housing, all things are connected. You can't just take something out of context. It all has to work together. It has to have that balance. We have to create that balance. And speaking of jobs, we have 61 acres of land left. Bring in, jobs and new businesses. And we're going to have some discussions on that. And we're really going to have to focus on, we've got to have some more opportunities to bring in the business. Of course, they're going to need housing. So one of the things I think the council needs to also think about, we have been doing some things like this new grant program we just passed. But also by what we did with the short-term rentals and by confining that only to the resort and Sandbridge, when before short-term rentals could be all over the city, that was going to take housing away from people who need it to live in and work every day. So please give yourselves credit also for changing how we're handling short-term rentals. Just kind of wanted to mention that, because that is really part of that, which I think other places may be grappling with.
Yes.
But this is going to be very beneficial next week when we have our discussions. It's all connected,
Yes, very much so.
connected. Thank you.
Okay, Cash.
Thank you for the presentation. Just really quick, and I think this is more for when we get to our meeting where we talk about in depth jobs, diversifying job growth. The things that I kind of looked at is VOTEC. In the schooling portion, I didn't see VOTEC kind of as a category. And so that's something we will probably talk about. Oh, Monica?
We can get more information. I worked with the schools on their data, but if that's something you all are interested in, we can definitely get you more stats on that for sure.
Yes, thank you.
And Mr. Manager, I know you're ready to wrap up. I know we haven't talked much about number 5, but you will start seeing that. You've already started seeing that in departments' budget. So I think of Fire Chief Pravitt's and EMS Chief Stroud's budget and aging in place, of where we're getting more calls or folks who are aging in place at their homes, and how can we proactively help them when they're having falls, things like that. So number 5 is showing up in the manager's director's budgets. So that's very much a real one. I know, and as we should talk a lot about housing, these big macro issues, but let's not lose sight of number 5, because that's what's showing up in your local budgets that you all vote on, that you're getting requests on from directors, because the nature of the services that our residents need is being reflected in that too. So I just wanted to shine just a little light on that, sir.
Okay, thank you. And I'll tell you what, that was outstanding, and that was definitely food for thought. And, the real ugly reality is that, as Rosemary said, we're running out of land, and that means opportunity, and that means we got to improvise, adapt, and overcome, as the Marines would say, and that we will do. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, so Mr. Mayor, following prior to council taking recess, council asked for a TIP fund analysis as you move towards your retreat. So this presentation will be given by Kevin Chatelier, Director of Budget, to give City Council an overview of the state of the TIP fund.
Thank you, welcome.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor, members of City Council. I know Michael just left. I'm not going to back up too much, but I certainly did have a proud professional moment just then, seeing Michael in his career path and continuing to grow. I know it's not only me, but also my deputy, Katie James, who directly supervised Michael. We're both very proud. So anyways, as the city manager said, with no further ado, today's presentation is going to be an update on the TIP Fund, the Tourism Investment Program. So I'll start with providing a brief history overview recap. Members of City Council have likely seen majority of this before, so I'm just going to kind of move through that, get to a quick 5-year projection of it, and then talk about some other influences and factors that are impacting the TIP Fund. Walking down history lane, so the TIP Fund as we know it today was really the merging of 2 separate funds that were established back in the 90s and early 2000s with the city. The first was referred to as the Tourism Growth Investment Fund. So that was established in 1993 with the intent of funding key specific projects. So it's actually within the establishment of that fund that the RAC, or the Resort Area Advisory Committee, and the advisory roles of that committee was established and founded. With the establishment of that special revenue fund, you can see that several tax revenues were increased and dedicated to finance key projects. So that came with a 2.5% increase in establishment of a hotel tax rate dedication, 0.5% of the meals tax, 20% of the amusement, and various fees at that point in time related to operation of franchises down at the oceanfront and parking fees at that point in time. Listing the projects that were funded through the establishment of that dedication. Quickly, an expansion at the Virginia Marine Science Museum, oceanfront connector parks, more specifically 31st and 24th, and then the establishment of the Rudy Walk. And a lot of people don't know this, but the establishment of the oceanfront and the boardwalk itself, which was, if you go back, referred to as the beach erosion control. But today it's the boardwalk that we know and we advertise and market as an amenity and a enhancement tool of Virginia Beach at the resort area. In 2001, City Council established the first, I have it up there at the top, Major Projects Fund. There were several key projects were identified as a need within the local community, and so City Council established a new dedicated fund to sustainably finance those. That came through a dedication of 80% of the amusement tax, a 2.5% hotel tax rate, a 0.56% restaurant tax dedication, and a 5-cent cigarette tax rate dedication. And the projects that debt finance and sustainably funded was the establishment or the convention center and the Sandler Center. At that point in time, it was a replacement of the pavilion project and an expansion of the aquarium parking. So in 2011, those two funds were merged to create the TIP fund as we know today, with the existing dedications the TIP fund has being a combination of the two previous funds. With the special note there that there was an amendment within the last couple of years, and now 20% of the admission or the amusement tax revenue is dedicated towards arts and humanities and cultural affairs. So looking at this in a table, compared with the other funds that receive dedications of those various tax sources and revenues, you can see the TIP fund and the percentage that it shares of each of those revenue sources. So the hotel tax, for example, of the 8% total citywide tax, the TIP fund receives 5%, as well as a $1 per room night collected. The TAP fund receives 1% of the total 8% and $1 per room night, and the general fund retains the residual 2% of that tax rate. So that's how the math works, working left to right in that table. And you can see that the TIP fund now has the change as a result of the restaurant and meals tax. I'm sorry, I misspoke. TIP fund did not change. That's 1.06% of the restaurant tax. But trying to work across, you can see the establishment of the major project fund receiving 0.77% of that citywide 6% meals tax rate. Working down, the FY 25-26 operating budget, when looking at the TIP fund, is really broken up into two categories. You can look at it in the operating budget side, but the majority of the bulk of the TIP fund and its future obligations are with the intent of supporting the CIP at $30.7 million. And the real thing to be mindful of is that the reserves and the residual and the fund balance that is within the TIP fund today is really looked to be a sustainable future ongoing financing tool related with the $413 million of bonds that are programmed in the CIP to be supported by the TIP fund. So typically, I go through a spreadsheet format and kind of walk through a line item as to the allocation of the TIP fund to support operating budget and the CIP. So I've changed the format a little bit to kind of talk about it in more bullet point format. So the TIP fund supports several departments' operating budgets within the city. So for example, Cultural Affairs operating budget receives $520,000 from the TIP fund, and that supports MoCA advertisement, contribution towards the Boardwalk Art Show, as well as the Vibe District investment grant that's provided. Parks and Rec receives a portion of the TIP fund allocation to support landscape services down at the oceanfront. Public Works has several operations that utilize TIP fund capacity, recycling services, as well as the resort maintenance efforts that occur down at the resort area. Beach operations is supported within the TIP fund and that's for beach cleanup, trash collection, and the services provided. And then Public Works also provides enhanced street sweeping services at the resort area. The Convention and Visitor Bureau receives the bulk of the TIP fund allocation that's supporting the operating budget, as the entirety of the Resort Management Office is funded within the TIP fund. But the CVB, Convention and Visitor Bureau, also is directly responsible for providing and managing the I'm Going or the beach resort entertainment contract. And they also manage majority of the sponsorships and event contributions that occur through as a direct contribution from the TIP fund, such as the Neptune Festival contribution. Within the non-departmental section of the operating budget, there's a TIP fund allocation to support Hampton Roads transit services to the resort area. These are for the trolley services, primarily related with Route, I think, 31 and 30 that move up and down Atlantic, but they also go up towards the Bay and then down south a little bit. The FY26 allocation towards that is just under $1.2 million. And a recent adjustment due to the cost of inflation and service increases in recent years, there was a need for the TIP fund to begin sharing in a portion of the life services contract that is funded within the EMS operating budget and provides lifeguard services at the resort area all summer long. Switching over to the CIP, this is a list of various projects that are supported in the CIP through the use of TIP funding. I'm not going to walk through these one by one. However, they're up there for information. The bulk of the investment or allocation within the TIP fund is to support the Atlantic Park development. You can see that that's provided through 4 different CIP projects. Something else worth noting is that there's parentheses out next to the allocation that's reflected in the operating budget. The TIP fund is primarily funding these projects. However, some of them did receive a contribution from a different fund at one point in time. So a good example of this is down to the far right, the Virginia Beach Amphitheater capital maintenance. A couple of years ago or processes ago, when City Council gave direction to reduce the real estate tax rate, they also gave direction to explore sharing that cost, lost revenue with some of the dedications where capacity existed. And so at that point in time, this was one of those avenues in which that was done. So historically, the Virginia Beach Amphitheater project, receiving around $200,000 a year, was supported by the general fund as an allocation of the CIP. And so for a 6-year period, that funding obligations was switched over to the TIP fund to support that in the CIP, as is primarily supported through the amusement tax revenue. And looking at the projection of the TIP fund over the next 5 years, this slide covers some of the assumptions that went into the projection. So over on the left side, looking at the revenues, what we typically do is use historical growth rates associated with what actually is occurring in the revenue stream. So for example, the long-term growth trend in hotels is about 2% annually. Restaurants is 3%. Amusement tax is about 2%, but that one's boxed in for a reason to highlight now that I'll be coming back to and talking a little bit later in the presentation. Over on the expenditure side, the base assumption is a 3% growth in normal operations and services, but there are a few that we are able to account for that typically have a historical or in looking back, historically have grown at a faster rate, such as the HRT annual services contract and the lifeguard services contract, which is tied to a 5% annual escalation. And then for debt service, it's assumed that bonds are being issued every 2 years at a 5% interest rate. So I know it's a lot of numbers on here. It's not as color-coded as it typically is. So I'll just kind of take a quick moment to walk through this. So the top portion of the table is reflection of the revenues. So you can see the various revenue sources and dedications that exist within the TIP fund. So walking down FY26, for example, the hotel room tax, the 5%, that's $22.9 million. The $1 per room night's $2.7. You can see the restaurant, 80% of the amusement tax is 7.5. And then there's this one line here reflected as miscellaneous revenue. So that $2.88 million or $2,088,000, That's the revenue associated or anticipated to result as a result of the Atlantic Park project coming online. So it's tied to the CDA and the performance grant. So from the revenue that's generated on site, this is the estimated amount that was to naturally flow into the TIP fund. That was then tied up in an obligation associated with the but-for revenue that was tied to the performance grant. And so it's reflected in there as a controlling mechanism, as that's really an in and an out that as to how that revenue will work. Looking down at expenditures, it's simplified and looking at the operations. You can see 20.7 million, the debt service at 26.3. Looking at the debt service, kind of working left to right, you can see within the next several years that debt service line grows from $27 million in FY28 to $45.6 million. So whenever we're talking about all the bonds that are out there that are authorized or appropriated but not issued yet, that's when we're anticipating that increase to likely occur and impact the TIP funds. So we have that assumed in the baseline projection of the TIP. The next line down, looking at reserves, you'll notice that it goes from 4.9 and then it slowly lowers in the out years. So the reason for that is there's a revenue stabilization obligation that's potentially exists for the TIP fund. So as Atlantic Park comes online, per the agreement, the TIP fund is the fund that's to act as a revenue stabilization tool of a maximum 3 million in year 1, 2 million, and then 1 million. And that's the reason you can see that slowly going down with the out years being the in and out flow associated with the CDA performance grant and the Atlantic Park revenue that's generated. So looking down at the very bottom, this is typically the row that everybody really cares about. So what this is a reflection of is the cumulative fund balance. So whenever you're looking year over year projected revenues less expenditures, you can see that the TIP fund, starting with a $54.2 million fund balance, is projected to grow over the next couple of years, but then you really start to see a drawdown on that fund balance. Again, as the debt comes online, the existing fund balance that's there now is going to be needed to be used as a bill payer for that and a financing tool for that. If we were to look beyond the 5-year period here, the fund never goes in the negative. So that's something that we try to be mindful of and we watch for. So we've said before, the TIP fund's in good position. There's just a lot of moving parts in it right now that we need to be mindful in terms of what obligations or additional obligations are placed onto the TIP fund. So one of the questions that typically comes up is how much does it take to move the needle? How much does the TIP fund get from enhanced or increased overnight visitation? So it's not really an easy thing to demonstrate or calculate. But information is out there where we can make an educated guess or try to create a scenario to give context to that conversation. So if you were to look at the tourism economic report, you would find that you have a total number of visitors and you have a known total spend for those visitors that's estimated. So if you take an average, that's what the first column represents. So for example, the spend per tourist is an average food spend of $75.30 per tourist. For lodging, $48.26 per tourist. Amusement, $19.57. An estimated sales, just under $35 for a total portfolio of about $178 per tourist. So then we also know that on average, the hotel stays about 3.3 people per room. So if you multiply each of those categories by 3.3, you can get a scenario of overnight visitation at a hotel room based on an average stay of 3.3 people. So in total, about $587 per room night. And then with that, we were able to back into an estimated tax collected and what's that actually mean. So for context here, the food, you can see that the estimated tax collected is $14.91. For lodging, $14.74. Amusement, just under $7. Sales, about $1, for a total estimation of 37.26 tax dollars generated per overnight stay. So that's in total. That's all funds, the entire tax rates applied. The tip portion of that, as we just previously covered, is a smaller portion. They only receive a portion of the tax rates. So the estimated impact or revenue generated for the tip fund for an overnight stay is just under $17. So to provide some level of context, if you were to try to keep it simple, how much would it take, how many room nights would it take to recover $1 million or to generate $1 million in tax revenue? So that bottom table, you can see the first row, 1 million to total tax. It would take 26,839 room nights, or the equivalent of $15.7 million in tourist spend for the city and all funds to generate an estimated $1 million. For the tip fund to receive $1 million through its lesser amount of the dedications, you would need the equivalent of 59,652 room nights, or about $35 million of overnight tourism spend. So again, that's just trying to take the information and work off of averages. One of the things to also think about is that's just to recoup $1 million. But another way of thinking about it is how much would it take to recoup a capital investment? So here's a scenario where, say, there's a $50 million city project. The debt service associated with that would be roughly about $5 million a year. So being that it's a city project and city on city land, and there's no other taxes generated from it, you, based on the overnight tourist tax profile of $37.26, you would need roughly 134,000, almost 200 room nights to recover that annually. But another scenario to think about is if it was a city project at $50 million, the debt service would annually be about $5 million. But say as part of this scenario, there was a taxable component of that where there was a private investment, and say that improved the land by an additional $50 million, generating $485,000 a year in annual real estate tax. Again, this is just a hypothetical scenario, as if there's really that occurring, there's other mixed use, there's likely going to be additional B-pole, business, professional, occupational license, personal property, or some other forms of direct revenue depending on the business type. So based on the overnight tourist tax portion, $37, you can see that you would need a reduced number of room nights annually to recoup that total $5 million with 121,177. So sometimes the things that I'm asked is, okay, are these net new room nights added, or are they just replacing other room nights? Sometimes we talk about that and we refer to it as displacement. It's really hard to mathematically calculate or demonstrate what displacement is or how it occurs. However, you can look at some revenue streams and see how that might occur and how things change in the local market. So what this table is, or this slide is reflecting, is a historical recap of the amusement tax. So dating all the way back to 2008 to 2026. And then it shows the budget and the actual amount collected for each of those years. And then the far right column reflects the difference. So you can see historically leading up to the pandemic, budget to actual was very close, averaging plus or minus about $176,000 or $168,000 a year. But in looking at these actuals year over year, you can typically see whenever things change in the market. So I remember being the revenue analyst in 2015 and 16, and I remember seeing this blip, right? So in 2015, we had 5.9 million in actual amusement tax revenue, and then 2016, over $7 million. No tax rate adjustments. So does anybody recall perhaps what changed in the local market in between that time? It didn't take me long to figure it out. I was a young analyst because Topgolf had opened in December 2015. I can't say that all of that blip is associated with Topgolf directly, but it is interesting whenever you do see those things that come to market and some of the revenue streams directly increase as a result. But then you also see there's a change over the next couple of years. So there's an opening, and then you'll see that the revenue went from 7 million to 6.8, and then 6.3 million. There's a normalization that occurs, right? So this is probably the best way I can demonstrate the displacement factor. So say resources are not the challenge, you can't make up more time. If you're a household, 2 working parents and 2 kids, and then you only have 3 hours on a Saturday to go do something, you're going to pick and choose what you go do for your amusement and entertainment for that 3-hour period. And so this is just an example or an interesting way to try to think about that and demonstrate that. One of the other things that's also worth noting is I wanted to come back to amusement tax. Here in recent years, we've seen where the budget to actual amount for amusement tax, we're trying to catch up, right? So coming out of the pandemic, amusement tax certainly rebounded faster than we were anticipating. And then there were some key events that happened, such as the return of the Something in the Water event. Well, okay, so you anticipate, or we saw an increase in the revenues, but then you can see that there was also continued sustained growth in those revenues, even when the event didn't return. So again, it's just really hard to try to say that one event had this amount of impact, as there's other things that could be going on. Ticket prices could be going up. There could be new things coming and going all the time. So again, just find this one fascinating, try to get a sense and have that conversation about how displacement and some of those things might work. The other thing that we're typically asked about whenever we get overnight visitation question is, yeah, but doesn't that always generate more revenue? It can, it's estimated to, but then it might not move all of the revenue sources. So here's a good visualization of that. So this is a visualization of the hotel tax revenue of actuals dating back to 2008 to 2025. So the bar or the red line going across is the amount of revenue generated based on the citywide 8% tax rate. The blue bars are a representation of the dollar per room night generated. So I find this one fascinating because it's really the telltale. You can get a sense of how many overnight visitation room nights there were by the amount of this tax that's remitted each month. So you can see here recently, the blue bar in FY 22, 23, 24, 25 has continued to grow. So there's certainly more overnight visitors that are staying within the city of Virginia Beach. However, the amount that's being generated in the citywide hotel tax rate of 8% is flat. So you have overnight visitation staying, but not necessarily resulting in an increase of the 8% hotel tax rate revenue that's being generated. So sometimes you'll hear this talked about trying to capture the shoulder season. So keeping with the hotel tax rate and the dollar per room night that's generated, or the $2 per room night that's collected, I thought this would be a good visualization to actually demonstrate that. So you can see this is the $2 per room night collected on a monthly basis as it's remitted to the city. And then so for the fiscal year, July to June, you can see a red box around the first 3 months of the fiscal year. So whenever the fiscal year starts, we're right at the beginning or the second half of the tourist season, right? So kind of following that amount collected, you can see in FY25, 804,000, 442, 623. And then from October to February, you start to see this gradual decline in that and a reduction of overnight room visitation. But then you start seeing it in March, April, May, and June ramp back up at the beginning of the next tourist season. So this is really what they're talking about whenever the shoulder season, and how the desire and the capacity is really there to capture things and additional spending and tourism dollars within the shoulder season months. But if you were, I think I've even heard the city manager or members of council talk about this in the past, adding a blockbuster event on the weekend of July 4th is not really going to get as much as adding it in the month of December or January where there's room nights down. All it's going to be doing is displacing what room nights were already going to be occurring or occupied at the local hotels and the business that was going to be flowing into the restaurants and so forth and so on. So this is just kind of a good visualization to kind of help demonstrate that, and hopefully, as Michael was just up here doing, be thought-provoking in the decision-making ahead, as it's certainly something we take into account in our revenue projections and forecasting of the funds such as the TIP. So with that being said, I'll open it up for questions and comments.
Hey, Stacy.
Thank you, Kevin. Great. Can you give a legal definition of the TIP fund, giving its purposes and restrictions?
So the TIP fund, there's not a legal defining purpose that it shall be used for. City council is ultimately the decision maker as to how the funds are utilized. The RAC is an advisory committee that typically once a year they provide city council with a letter or an update as to what their recommendations are, but ultimately it resides with city council as to how the funds are allocated, utilized. I would say that in terms of the only legal obligations of the TIP fund, I would say that there are very real debt obligations that the TIP fund's currently providing, but in terms of whether that's actually has to be the TIP fund or not, that's a different conversation.
Can you go to page 11? And then in the 29 projected under the debt service, is that increase in the debt service, is that due to maturing debt obligations or reoccurring increase in recurring debt obligations?
That would be due to, I got too many clicks, that would be due to an additional issuance of debt related to a combination of the projects reflected on this slide here. So for example, the sports tourism infrastructure project, the allocation was made per direction of the city council, and those projects are really in the works with those facilities and those groups. So that is likely going to be one of the projects that finance picks up in the next issuance package and issues bonds for. And whenever the debt service then exists, that annual debt service payment would be made from the TIP fund. So that would be a part of that $45 million.
It's all new debt.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
There is a baseline. I'm sorry, whenever you say new debt, the increase is the new debt. But the 27.1 million, there would still be a portion of that that's in that. Yes, sir.
Kevin, you have an amazing way of taking very complicated things and putting it so it's very understandable. You really are the master of this, and thank you for doing such a great job. So the year that Topgolf came in, I remember Amelia so excited when it came in. Yes, Amelia. When it came in, she was talking about those polls and how excited she was. But we saw an addition in our emissions tax. So hopefully, especially Atlantic Park coming on, we should be seeing maybe another jump this year with that. And by the way, we certainly have gotten some fantastic media exposure and a fantastic guest columnist that wrote in Sunday's paper about how brilliant it was that we put economic development with surfing. I thought it was fantastic. Anyone that hasn't read it, some columnist out of Richmond, it's fantastic. So anyway, getting back to my question. So have you predicted a jump with Atlantic Park coming on?
Vice Mayor, and maybe I can go back to the TIP fund, and I should have. So there's a couple of different components with the Atlantic Park development. There's the private side of it, where there's the surf park and the amusement tax that's going to be generated by that. That is tied up in that performance grant. And so that's not anything the city would be able to accept and repurpose. That is going to be dedicated to meet that debt obligation with the CDA. In terms of the music venue, that is one where the tip fund would be receiving the amusement tax associated with those ticket sales and venues. We have not included that or grown the baseline in anticipation of that. I can say that, well, I typically want to go over there. So with the amusement tax, something that we are trying to do is we're trying to catch up in terms of the annual amount that's being received to our budget estimates. So getting back to how there's been this natural trend that's occurring in more recent years where as recently as last year, it's looking like amusement tax might have been $10.8 million. You can see that in FY26, we had estimated $9.5 million, which is in line with what was realized in FY24. So we are going to be getting more aggressive in the projection of the amusement tax revenue, in particular, based on what we're seeing really materialize over the last couple of years. What I would like to see with the entertainment venue, whenever it comes on, I like to look at the amusement tax as being generated on a monthly basis and see if we're capturing what's within that shoulder season. And so it's going to be one of those things that we're going to kind of take year by year and project. As it is right now, the tip fund's in a good position. There is capacity, and I don't know that there's a need to be super aggressive in creating an obligation against that, might not materialize in the out years based on an estimate now. So we're monitoring, we're reviewing, and I do think we're going to be increasing amusement tax based on what we've been seeing the last couple of years, though.
So much. And then on the slide where you had each month by month, how we did, it looked like we did really, really well over the years of expanding. December seemed very flat. Below what we were. I guess that's an area that we ought to be looking at, what we can do for that month, since that's a pretty flat month. Great job.
Good work.
Thank you, Mayor Dyer. Thank you, Mr. Chalet, for the presentation. As always, you do take a very complicated topic and reduce it well for us. If you could go to page 9, and I want to follow up on, I think, what Councilman Cummings is maybe getting at, and that is the definition of the TIP fund. And I guess ultimately it is City Council, of course, but the amphitheater, the Sandler Center, the Sports Center, the Convention Center, those are projects that I think the TIP fund really was intended for, and thanks to the TIP fund, those amphitheater, Sandler Center, Convention Center, and the Sports Center, and more projects have been built around the city thanks to the TIP fund. But before you here on this page are other expenses that are pulling from the TIP fund, and I just want to bring it to everyone's attention that a lot of these are infrastructure, would be public works, general fund costs that the TIP fund is paying for, notably the top two and maybe even third items that are $28 million and another 48 that are really infrastructure and not project driven. But I think very worthwhile. We made a decision, of course, to fund these improvements, but I think I just want to bring it to everyone's attention that that's the TIP fund is paying for these. And in addition, as I've asked you before, you've confirmed that $800,000 a year of TIP money goes to the general fund to help fund our government. Just want to bring that to everyone's attention. Does the TIP fund get paid back for that at some point? Thank you.
Hey, Josh and Amelia.
Thank you, Kevin, and thank you, council member, because I wrote down pretty much most of the stuff you just said. But I mean, when we get these presentations about the TIP fund, I was kind of sitting here thinking about there's something missing to the story, and what I mean, this is a good one. It lists all the capital projects, but it doesn't necessarily tell the story of the amphitheater, the Sandler Center, the beach access ways that were improved with TIP money and are maintained, and I've heard for a long time that it's and I think it's true that it's one of the reasons that tourism spend here is one of the reasons why our real estate tax rate is what it is, lowest in the region, and why we have libraries and rec centers that are the envy of, our neighboring localities. So I think that's a really important piece to the puzzle. And I think I remember the hotel industry has a list of all the stuff that was paid by the tip fund. And it really, there's a lot of stuff that was paid by the tip fund. Convention center, as you note too. But on the infrastructure piece, these are really important also because it's resort infrastructure and it's meant to, I guess, kind of catapult and encourage investment and reinvestment in those corridors. And a lot of what we're looking at doesn't take into account the indirect and the multiplying effects that these investments have on the surrounding areas as well, in terms of property owners who choose to upfit their own properties based on what's going on around them. And I think that's a really important story to tell, as is if you go to these revenue sources, if I'm explaining or trying to answer a resident's question about why are we spending, all these zeros and commas at the resort, what about my neighborhood? They're not wrong, but it's also, well, you gotta know what bucket the money's coming from. And none of these tourism-related investments and reinvestments come from real estate taxes. They don't come from residential real estate taxpayers. And that's the idea behind the tip, is to make infrastructure and tourism-related investments so that they don't have to be on the backs of residential taxpayers. You let tourism pay for itself, so to speak. And I know we try and do a really good job approximating what that tourism spend is and then translate it into what the tip fund generates. But is there a kind of a review of that on a periodic basis as to whether or not what we're actually collecting actually in fact matches what we think the tourist spend is here?
So recently at the RIC presentation, I was going over the tip fund, and the Commissioner of Revenue followed up after I had presented, and there was a discussion about tax revenues that's being generated within geographical boundaries. And I recall one of the slides that he had, or one of the tables that he had, I was trying to back math into the percentage of that revenue source that's dedicated to the tip fund, and it roughly did align. I can try to recreate that and provide something to City Council, but I do know that perhaps not individually by source, but in total, whenever you see the total $56 million that's being generated, it's roughly in line with that.
I appreciate it. The point is an important one to make, because when we're out talking to constituents and they say, well, we pay amusement taxes too, or we pay meals taxes too when we go out to eat. We can, that's true, but in the whole, in the totality, what we're using as an approximation for what the tourism spend is in order to reinvest is actually something that is a true thing, and we can have confidence in that. So thank you.
Hey, Amelia.
Thank you again, Kelvin. What I wanted was actually going to kind of pat Councilman Remick on the back for being an advocate, mentioning about that fund. Because we recently were in a meeting where it came up that the funds for the central business was just used for a tip, and he was there to say it goes into the general fund. So for him saying that, it's important because the people listening can now understand that. And as you saw Councilwoman Wilson and I bragging about that taco, because that was in my district, then I was councilwoman for Kempsville, and sat with them. They brought this up, we talked about it, it was brand new, it was novel. And of course people thought, where are you going to put this? But the point was, there was only one on the West Coast. And that year, it became #1 over what was West Coast. But the important thing for us to know is we have a lot of military. And golf was perfect for those who may not want to go through the whole thing. Go right there and do this. And it worked. So it's a matter of sometimes things come to us and may sound, strange. But if we think about it from a more visionary point, it brings in funds and make an impact. So thank you, for sharing that.
Okay, anyone else at this point? Yeah, I think it was, very helpful, and I think one thing underscores one thing when we talk about the shoulder seasons. I think one of our objectives is, let's get rid of the shoulder seasons. And I think it really helps with the sports center, that really help by bringing people in all year round. I'm confident that a positive outcome of Atlantic Park is that we're going to keep cash, flow coming, and we're going to have more people living down there. If we just put in a seniors facility down there, they're going to be going to the restaurants, the shops, and everything. So I think the more activities we can, and if we can plan some of the concerts going into mid to late September, October, and maybe even starting things a little earlier in April. I think the point being, though, having a big, concert, July 4th is, like I said, it's not going to do anything. But once again, I think as we go forward at the retreat, boy, wouldn't it be wonderful to get rid of the shoulder season? And I think that should be an objective. Okay, thank you. Next.
All right, so Mr. Mayor, members of council, prior to the retreat, staff gave a presentation on the Rudy Loop Park project, and City Council asked several questions that they asked for us to bring back to you all. Staff has spent some time working to address these questions and address the concerns. We're going to give City Council an update on this presentation, addressing your questions, and we're going to be seeking City Council's guidance as it relates to next steps with the Rudy Loop Park project. And what we're seeking from you all is really confirmation from the design, and if you give us authorization to move forward with the next steps of bringing the project to fruition.
Welcome, Michael.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor Wilson, members of council, Manager Duhaney, Attorney Stiles. Michael Kirschman with Parks and Recreation, here to talk about one of the TIP projects and receive guidance on next steps, as the manager said. With me is Chad Morris, who you know, and he's leading the department's efforts. Also with us is Clay Dills in the audience, who leads the design team. So when we were here last in June and we presented the final design, there were some questions by council. We have gone back with our consultants, and we hope to answer most, if not all, of those questions today. I have a lot of information, and I feel a little bit out of handicap because I'm following what were two excellent presentations. But we'll try to get through this succinctly and answer any more questions that you might have about the project. Some of the questions revolved around how could this park work with future beach events, with logistics and setup and tear down. Some of the questions about environmental resilience of the park moving forward. What are some of the impacts parks like this has had around the world when they've been built in other cities? And how could the governance work for the park, as well as a potential capital campaign? So we have spent really the last 2 years on this project, and we have received an immense amount of public input regarding the project. Here are some general timelines on when the project first started. As you recall, way back in May of 2022, Council issued an RFII for the Rudy Loop properties on what could be the vision and future of those properties, and that really kicked off where we are today. There were multiple designs submitted, one from Parks and Rec. There was a lot of public input. Council decided to move forward with a park-only design. We then were tasked with retaining a design firm and team to really come back to you with a world-class, iconic vision for the site, which we presented to you just 2 months ago. Since that time, there's been tremendous public feedback, even since that final design. I'm going to run through a lot of these slides really quickly, but just for the public's information, thousands of responses, thousands of ideas for the park, a lot of excitement on it being open space. The design team held charrettes and public meetings throughout the city, as you know. In fact, one of our design firms said, to their knowledge, this was the most public feedback and the most robust public input process they've seen on any project across the country. And that's saying a lot coming from these design firms. Again, I'm not going to read these slides, just a lot of support for the park. And I'll just mention that resoundingly we heard that people wanted this site to be kind of naturalized, get more green, really tie into our culture and what we're all about, and that connection with water, which down there is fairly easy to do because you got the Atlantic Ocean, the inlet, and Rudy right all there. So really the design took all that into effect that we showed 2 months ago, and we'll show it again in just a second. We also reviewed various options that we proceeded to brief council on, and that was one with a parking deck and without, and we'll talk about that in just a second. Of course, there are those two designs. Of course, there are pros and cons to both. A parking deck gives you a little more parking spaces. The surface parking only certainly provides greater flexibility and also decreases the overall cost of the project by almost $28 million. So significant cost savings. We then wanted to look at how could a surface parking only option for the new Rudy Park work in terms of future logistics with special events, because we do have a few of those a year down at the oceanfront. The good news is that right around this time, the Point Break Festival had just happened. And our staff, along with CVB and event organizers, really took a look at if this park was built and finished, how this could all work out with an event of that size of magnitude, which is kind of that sweet spot of 20, 25,000 visitors for the event. You can see how they currently have it. And to make a long story short, the thought process came as could we flip the entrance to where the stage is and where the residents go in, thereby really making the park the entrance point for the public. Everybody thought this was a really good idea. It could work, it would add to the event, it would work with logistics, it would work with setup. It works with security and safety. Really felt that there was no major, it would be different without a doubt, but there would be no major concerns or issues, and certainly events of this size. You get to events bigger than this, we have issues across the city when you have big events. It doesn't matter if we have all parking surface down there or not, but an event of Point Break or an event of this size, 20, 25,000, certainly this layout could work, and the park could act as actually an amenity to the overall event. Next, we looked at resilience. That was one of the questions in terms of if we turn this surface acre parking lot, these acres of concrete into the park, what are some of the environmental benefits and what would the resilience of this site be? As you all know, the current site drops about 4 feet, 48 inches from the boardwalk down. We looked at what is anticipated for potential flooding in the future, and you can see that there will be times in the future where the majority of this site could be underwater at times during the year due to certain flood events. However, under the current design of the park, as I'll show you in a minute, and as you saw previously, really what happens is the entire site gets elevated 48 inches up to level with the boardwalk. The boardwalk bike path curves around, and that whole area becomes elevated and really out of these flood-prone areas, with the area south of that adaptation area really being designed to flood. It can be inundated, and it won't impact the park. So here's you've seen this image before. We all know what's down there right now. There's Grommet Island Playground to the left, the boardwalk, and the parking to the right. You really have to step down, take a couple steps down to get to the parking lot. The current design for this park raises the entire elevation up to be even with that boardwalk and extends back through the park, thereby really helping to protect the assets of this future site. Not only that, and we'll talk about it in a little bit, it really opens up the sight lines. It's really going to make this place special. This will be a place to go see the ocean, see the surfers, see the fishermen, see the boaters, and really people watch and enjoy all that we have to offer here in Virginia Beach. And then on the back side, you can see there's the bike trail. That's 48 and it kind of comes down. It can flood periodically. It'll be designed that way to really mitigate the impacts of those future flooding events. Moving on, we looked at impervious surfaces, heat island effect. We all know what's there right now. It's a lot of concrete, right? So right now the site is almost 90% impervious surfaces, it's concrete, and there is an average summer surface temperature down there at Rudy Loop of about 94 degrees on any given day in the summertime. However, if the park is built as designed, we really decrease that impervious surface in half. We really green up the site, 40% shade cover, and we drop 13 degrees off that average surface temperature, meaning it becomes a relatively pleasant place to spend an afternoon. As of right now, you park and immediately leave your car to get to where you're going, whether you're going into the water or you're going on the bike trail or going somewhere else. Right now, it's a park and leave. In the future, it'll be park, stay, enjoy yourself for a couple hours. We have designed the park with a planting plan to help protect these assets to where the plants towards the Atlantic side would be the more dune species. The elevation changes will protect from the salt spray and wind. And when you get back on the back side of the park is when you get to your woody species and your trees, which is going to really lend yourself to most of the shade and canopy. We believe that this design and this park will certainly add to the overall impression that people have of our community. It will contribute to our VB culture. It will provide close proximity to the Rudy Inlet, to the ocean, to the boardwalk. I'm going to show you in a minute how parks of this magnitude drive tourism, increase stays, increase visits, and increase taxes. These things really become special places, and cities become known for spaces like this. Here's one of the images from the park design, and this is where people can really go, be elevated even above Rudy Loop on top of one of these overlooks, see the beach, see the surfers, get a bite to eat, participate in a program, and really get a feel for what Virginia Beach is all about. Authentic Virginia Beach. We're looking to put into this park iconic destination places where people will want to go. There's only so many days out of a week if you come here that you want to spend time at the beach, in the water. You want to go other places as well. We have a lot of those here. This will be another one. This will also be a great place for our locals to go. When I go down there, I love just people watching, walking. This would be the place that I will take company and visitors when they come visit, a place like this. And when I lived in other cities, it was the same way. When we built Ramir Bearden Park downtown Charlotte, I'd company, I'd be like, you got to go see Ramir Bearden Park. Let's go down there and get a bite to eat, hang out in that park. These places have that impact. So let's talk about the impact of world-class parks around the park. We had this amazing design team with firms from around the country that both design and run these parks. I'm going to run through just a few examples. I'm not going to say everything that's on these slides. The first example is Los Olas Park in Fort Lauderdale. It's about 2.5 acres. It's a $65 million cost, opened about 6 years ago. You can read the impacts there. Increased visitation in the hotels by 30%, added 2 million tourists per year. Property sales for redevelopment included $450 million around the park for 2 years following the park. And hotels within walking distance added 60% to their rates. People wanted to stay close to the park. They wanted to come back and stay near the park. Again, I'm not going to read all this. The statistics are out there, though. We'll move on to Tom Lee Park in Memphis. A little larger size, 31 acres, but it's a waterfront urban location. $61 million project that's run by a nonprofit, which we'll talk about in a little bit. Raised $28 million in private and corporate donations for the park and added almost $150 million in economic activity since opening. I've seen case studies of this park at my national conferences. And of course, parks like this really help to spur private development around them once they're put in. Here's Cary Park, North Carolina. Cary is population 200,000-ish. 7 acres, $68 million project, built just about 2 years ago. Annual revenue of $12 million, 750 programs in a year. It's drawing over 1 million people per year. I'm going to show you a couple pictures of it. It's an amazing design that they've done there. Surrounding property values have gone up nearly 30%. In a town of about 200,000, they're seeing an additional 500,000 new visitors per year as a result of the park opening. Here's Clyde Warren Park in Dallas, 5.2 acre site, $40 million cost. Rents have increased, rates have increased, 10 million visitors per year to the park. An increase of $123 million in hotel revenues from the added visits due to the park. And just some quotes from people in Dallas, from the chairman of Dallas Tourism Improvement Program. And finally, Detroit parks. There's 2 or 3 parks here that were reinvested in. You can see some of the comments from the hoteliers there. We believe that Rudy could have a similar effect here in Virginia Beach. Talking about financials, we have had Biederman is on our team from Biederman Reinvestments. He runs Bryant Park. They also run a couple of parks in these examples. They have a very good handle on estimating visitation of parks such as this, estimating costs and estimating revenues. We believe with fairly high confidence that a park of this magnitude can bring in anywhere from $2.5 to $3.5 million in earned revenues per year on site. So that's sponsorships, that's some paid for programs, that's a share of concession sales within the park, any type of activations, farmers markets, anything like that can earn around $3 million per year. And they estimate that this park will cost to run $2 to $3 million per year for all operations. That's security on site, that is landscaping, that is maintenance, that is management of the site. And so really a park of this size and significance can really be operationally budget neutral over time. And that's what they see in their other parks as well. When it comes to managing the park, the governance of the park, we do believe that going towards a 501c3 conservancy model would be the best aspect for this. Here's an example that comes from Biederman. Less effective, more effective. I like to call it more or less efficient versus more or less flexible. As you get to the conservancy models, they are certainly more efficient at running these sites than perhaps a municipality. We believe that once built, the best way to run this park would be to set up a 501c3 conservancy. That conservancy board of directors would have representatives from throughout the city, certainly a couple city departments, CVB, Parks and Rec, some private folks, probably from down the resort area. They would then hire the chairman and CEO of the park, who would hire the staff. They run the park as a nonprofit organization, really with no operational support needed by the city. They would plan the programs, they get the sponsorships, they do the movie nights, they do the yoga in the park, they do the big events, they run the whole site, just as if just like outsourcing the operations of the sports center, only this time to a nonprofit. We have also been talking to our national consultants, and they feel relatively confident that $20 million could be raised in the capital campaign to offset and defray the capital costs of this project. This would be through local contributors, national contributors. We would really like to, if we move forward, develop a 3-team approach, have a national consultant along with a local nonprofit fundraiser and city staff, of course, and amongst the 3 of them on that team, raise this $20 million over a 5-year period. Take about a year and a half to get this set up, and then over 5 years, shoot for a $20 million capital campaign. There has been significant interest already in the community, and that's why we're saying we can hopefully hit this, and if not hit this, come pretty close. If not, some people think we can beat this, but we think it's a reasonable target to shoot for. However, the project wouldn't stay fully funded through construction through the TIP fund. So really how this works is you can't go out to bid and go out to construction with having full funding in place, but as you raise capital funds, those replace the TIP funds and the TIP is paid back through the capital campaign. So I just want to make that caveat. You can't eliminate $20 million from the project and then still go out to bid in a year and a half, 2 years with the project. That team of fundraisers would really go out there, and this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for anybody who wants their name on something of this magnitude and this significance at the oceanfront. We would develop full presentations, donor maps, all the different amenities that could be sponsored. If you're a business owner and you want to sponsor the Overlook or the Water Plaza, we'll have a number for you on what that's going to cost. And then you can say, brought to you by so-and-so at Rudy Park. This is the way it's done throughout major projects like this. Additionally, moving forward, we'd be seeking sponsorships for the ongoing programs on site. So if a vendor out there wanted to sponsor movies in the park or yoga in the park, there would be plenty of sponsorship opportunities for the programming of the site. So, all that being said, we're seeking council's direction. Our recommendations are to move forward with the park design with the surface parking only option and to go forward with construction drawings. So you got to go take this design to construction drawings so that you can go out to bid to construct. That is about a 1.5 year long process. It'll probably cost around $4 million. As you know, there's $50 million already appropriated for this project from the TIP fund. We would then, at the same time, start forming both the conservancy model as well as form the capital campaign committee that would go out and begin starting to raise the $20 million in capital campaigns. And as I said, also during this time, start forming together the governance model or the conservancy board. That was a lot, and I'll open up for questions.
Rosemary, what do you think about this?
Well, I know you were worried about the other two presentations, but you knocked this one out of the park.
Oh, thank you.
No pun intended.
Absolutely pun intended. It was you covered everything from the environmental of sea level rise and the temperature and the impervious surface. I mean, anybody's been down there. I mean, it's just wall to wall asphalt and it's cracked and it's terrible. And it does not do the site justice. But what it's going to mean for this community and nationwide. And all those examples shows how amazing and what good business a fantastic drop dead gorgeous park will do.
We had a lot of other examples. We cut a lot of them out. There were too many to list.
And when you look at the cost of those around the country, I mean, this one really is, especially with this capital campaign. I mean, it's fantastic. And I would like to say, I think the $20 million is going to be a very conservative number. It's my understanding that Norfolk Botanical just raised $50 million.
Yep.
So I think we can do better than they can.
There was lots of talk on that, and yes, people believe it's higher. For the purpose of presenting to the council and any kind of promises, I wanted to keep it very conservative.
Tend to be conservative.
Yes, yes. I'd rather hit the number.
I will tell my colleagues that we are getting national sponsors who are very interested in this. I mean, think about it. We get 14.5 million visitors a year, and it's all outdoors. And then another almost $500,000, 500,000 people in our own city. So the exposure is going to be phenomenal. It's just going to be such a beautiful, wonderful park. And we talked about having young families here in that very first presentation. These are the kind of things that bring young families to our city. Is they want to have a really nice park to take their children. So I think we're going to get more visitation from our own folks coming down, as well as people are going to want to come here and see and be part of this wonderful park. So I'm very, very excited. I think surface parking is the way to go. For 100 spaces more in a parking garage, it just doesn't. For $30 million, I don't think that's really worth it. So I think let's go with the surface parking. And you really answered all the questions like this. I know Dave had those questions about the staging for events down there, which was important. And the surface parking really addresses that problem. So I think it's a wonderful thing. I'm very excited, if you can't tell.
Okay, and Jen, and don't forget, we have an ambitious, closed session coming up, but this is important. Jen?
Yeah, so to clarify, I have two questions. One, will you go over again the staging plan? So for the current use of Rudy Loop, we extended all the programming for festivals in that site. What are you thinking?
I'll actually have, Chad was in those meetings. Chad, you want to take that? I'll go back to the design, how the intent is to flip the entrance. Yeah,
it's a long way.
Yeah, let's go back to that. Almost. This is the flip.
This is the flip version. Great. So we had the fortunate opportunity when we were exploring this, got the opportunity to go check out the Point Break Festival setup and really get out there on the beach in a golf cart and check that out. And talking with some folks out there and seeing this operation in action, how it gets put together, and explaining how the Rudy Park kind of works, and then how would this work with the surface parking and option, as well as what the park would provide, as well as how would the guest experience potentially be improved, or how could it work? How does the park work together with the beach? And it was really neat how this kind of came forward. We were out there on the boardwalk looking and seeing the stage getting actually put up at that time, and seeing it down there, and like what if you were able to come through the park as your entry into the guest experience. So you have all your operations and stuff in the parking lot. You come through, you come into the park, you could have some pre-guest things in the park before you get down to the event, and work your way down the beach, up to the beach. If you flip the stage from near 2nd Street, move it up closer to 5th Street, and you have this progression of an experience that way. And we're like, well, that seems to work really well in theory, and talking about it in general terms. Also, that was kind of the experience that we have heard occurs in other settings like this for events, where you have this area where you can kind of pre-queue in the park area, work your way through, and then up the beach. So by flipping that is where we kind of got that aha moment, like this is something that could work.
And there would be no public parking here for the event, although there's no public parking now for an event center. They take up the whole thing. We would put the ops on the surface lot, and people would walk through, and there could be vendor sales, there could be activations here before you actually enter the footprint of the concert or the event. And everybody thought that would work very well.
Do some festivals have multiple points of entry? Like, would there be I'm just thinking about congestion. So if it's a very popular festival, and how are people going to access it so it doesn't get overcrowded in that space?
Absolutely, we don't want to create like a funnel point or a congestion point. So the park would obviously be the main point, but you have access points at 2nd, 3rd, 4th. So in the logistics thing and formulating and figure all that out, and I'm sure the people that really know how these events are set up would think about those opportunities, and kind of have some other opportunities to get into the area.
I'm not an event specialist, but we've run plenty in my parks career. There's a big difference, though, between a free event open to the public versus ticketed. So ticketed, you're always going to have a limited number of entrance points because you got the site control. Whereas open access, something free, that's 20,000 people, you go in anywhere. But that's a great question, more designed for CVB to answer than us. But they have reviewed all this. We worked with them on this.
Final question. For folks who are concerned that surfers will be displaced, how do you envision locals or visitors, but people who want to, bring their surfboards and they drive up to Rudy Loop and they can just access the ocean? Can you paint a picture of how they fit into this design in terms of what they're accustomed to, parking and then accessing?
Yeah, it might have. So, yeah, so the park obviously will be different, and taking all the opportunities we have here to create this cultural experience, not only for surfers, fishermen, and others who want to experience the park and create this iconic destination. There's a lot of things that will be different, but a lot of things that we hope to that this park will improve the surfers' experience by creating the overlooks, the checking out, parking. There's still available parking close to the schooner. There's 100 and some parking spaces there. We know it's not all 300 spaces jammed over around Rudy Loop, but there are, taking that into consideration, the location of opportunities for surfers to park and experiencing that. The beach village is an add-on kind of amenity, whether there's coffee shops there or a place to maybe purchase gear that they may have forgot or need to go get in showers and things like that to help make that experience even better for the surfers. So we've really taken that into consideration, whether it's for surfing, fishing, checking out on the overlooks, the experience that you're going to have on the jetty walk. We think the jetty walk is a great thing that enhances the, maybe not this weekend, but if you had the ECSC out there and you would be able to have people go out onto the jetty and watch the event from the jetty, what an experience that could be. So we're looking at things there that really enhance the experience for surfers and those who are watching those types of events.
So there is parking right at the ocean, right at the boardwalk. There's less. The only way you get the park is by shrinking all the parking and putting it in one corner and making it more formalized, and so that you can free up the space for the park. So will there be times when somebody goes on a surf and in the past they may have gotten a spot closer? Probably, but they will still have spaces on site or nearby, if not right on the boardwalk, right across the street. So it's one of those, to Chad's point, there'll be nice showers down there. There'll be other amenities that they will want. But sometimes will they have to walk a little further? In all honesty, of course, but not always.
Okay, Josh, and if we can be succinct.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to chime in and say thank you. Great presentation. And I agree with the recommendations. And I know at least firsthand this the Campus Martius Park in Detroit. I mean, Detroit has had a rebirth and renaissance, and it is because of these public spaces. So even though part of it kills me not to use this unique site to its highest and best economic development potential. If we're not doing that, then we really ought to build a wonderful park, and that's exactly what you've showed us. So thank you.
Okay, at this point, let's come to a decision. Does anybody object to us at least going forward with this now?
Nope. 98% approval from the public. Who gets that? Amazing.
That'd be good. And listen, for 21 years, I've been hearing, as a former district guy, we want people in Virginia Beach coming to their beach, and that'll do it. Okay, we're okay to move forward.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, at this time, discussion is initiatives and comments. Anybody? Yeah, Cash and then Josh. Please be succinct.
This weekend, we had the EF Classics, which is youth tackle football. It took place at the Sportsplex and also the Princess Anne Athletic Field. It was packed, and they traveled from all around the different cities and states, and they came here to stay in our hotels, ate at our restaurants. It was a weekend event, and I just want to tell you, the park, the Sportsplex was teeming. So again, that name is EF Classics. And I really would like for us to take a look at what they're doing with youth football and youth sports. We also, I went and supported the girls flag football, right, which was gaining some traction. So I was grateful to see the community to come out and to support our girls playing flag football.
Thank you, Josh and Rosemary and more.
Mayor, members of council, about a week ago, I think you received an email from the clerk circulating a resolution that was passed by the school board last week relative to the Bayside 6th grade campus, which is located off Jericho Road. Virginia Beach City Public Schools determined the campus will no longer be needed for school use starting in September of this year, and discussions around the future of this property had been ongoing since as early as 2016, with local community members voicing a strong preference that the property be given to the community for park or open space use. The site needs to be re-subdivided, and Bayside 6 needs to, actually the building needs to be demolished in order for that to happen. Last year, a joint ad hoc committee was established to explore options for the site's future. Councilwoman Amelia Ross-Hammond and I, and members from the school board and Public Works, City Public Works, and schools legal, we met for probably almost a year, 8 months, and we had briefed council about this late last year. But the ad hoc committee met, eventually recommended that the property be transferred to the city for open space or park use. And the school board voted unanimously last week, which is amazing. Just to be honest, after
That's 98%.
yeah, it is after decades of this neighborhood that doesn't have sidewalks or a park of its own, to be able to have this kind of kickoff to this this initiative. But anyway, the school board directed the superintendent and their legal department to coordinate with the city manager and our legal department, because there's some things that need to happen. There's some decision points that need to come before both the council and the school board, but in order to make this happen and so that we can properly evaluate it. But I would just like to maybe turn it over to you, if you don't mind, Patrick, to let us know what conceivably next steps might be, and if there's concurrence, to go ahead and proceed.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, upon the school board adopting the resolution suggesting the transfer to the city for the build out for a future park, Mark and I talked, and in essence, this is really a real estate transaction. So my team and his team are going to meet with the school board, the school leadership, probably Dr. Robinson and members of his staff, and get a sense of what the terms are. And then once we get a sense of those terms, we'll brief council in a closed session to see if you all accept the terms or would like us to counter in any particular kind of way, or any particular kind of way. I would also note that any acceptance of this would have to be done typically with any real estate in terms of a public vote, right? So ultimately, there'll be a public briefing on the terms that we ultimately decide to accept, and then council will give a public concurrence on that and then vote to accept it.
Thank you. I just want to give a shout out to Lorraine Samko, the Civic League president from Aragona Village, who's been working on this for decades, and her community really came together around this. Shout out to Councilwoman Ross Hammond and school board members, Elvita Green, and particularly Carolyn Weems, who's been working on this for a very, very long time. And Chair Brown was extremely helpful too. Everybody kind of work collaboratively together, and I think this hopefully will be a good outcome for the community.
Okay, thank you. Rosemary, Worth, and then Amelia.
Two things, and just to, first to chime in with Councilman Schulman. This comes back to us for a vote. I would also think we should recognize the Aragona family. John Aragona donated all that acreage, to the schools, but eventually this is going to all go to the community, we hope. So just kind of keep that in mind to recognize the Aragona family. The other thing I wanted to bring up, and Councilman Cummings brought this up a couple of months ago, is the e-bikes. It continues to be a huge problem. And I was thinking around the city, but particularly on the boardwalk and the ocean front, they go really, really fast on the boardwalk where there's old people, young people, pets, small children, and they weave in and out, and they go so fast. It's really, really dangerous, when at least they could be on the bike path. And if we can sort of, and I know our police officers have a lot to do, if we could somehow get them to enforce, especially when they're down there and they actually, see these things happening, get these bikes on the bike path, because it's so dangerous. And we haven't read about anyone being hurt. That doesn't mean nobody has, and that doesn't mean somebody won't. But the other thing is, we're going to be talking about a legislative package a little bit next week, and I think we ought to put something in our legislative package to have some kind of controls over, because it's a motorized vehicle. It really is. So thank you.
Okay, Worth and Amelia.
Thanks, Mayor. Just as a follow-up on that, I believe, Mr. City Manager, that we have a staff task force that's looking into e-bikes right now and how we are addressing the current situation.
Yes, sir. I believe we'll send the city council a report to give them an update on where we are on it. And Vice Mayor, probably does make sense to see if we need additional legislative approval from the General Assembly when the task force is complete.
Thank you. Just real quickly, incredibly busy weekend last weekend at the resort. Brooke Johnson broke the world's, I guess it's the world's record, because crossing the United States on a skateboard, that she ended up here diving into our waters here at Rudy Park.
It was really cool.
Yeah.
And just a lot of other things at the resort this weekend, but I want to say special congratulations to Venture Waves LLC, the developer of Atlantic Park. The Wave Park did open, but I also want to, and also WM Jordan, the contractor, and the investors. But that is a public-private partnership with us, the City of Virginia Beach. I especially also want to recognize and thank Amanda Jarrett, Kathy Warren, and Emily Archer of our staff and the planning department, the folks who granted the permits and approvals. A lot of effort to open this Wave Park this weekend. So thank you, staff, for that.
Yeah, well, a lot of effort by a lot of people, and you know, kudos to our management. Kudos. Okay, yeah.
Yes, before going on, let's give them a round of applause. There's a lady. Again, I had written down John Aragona and saw his picture, and they are excited about having that opportunity for that community. Both are. I wanted to remind people that on Monday, August 25th, we're going to have District 4 community meeting from 6 to 8 at Williams Farms. And we'll be covering public safety, the Virginia Beach City Public Schools, a little bit about Burton Station and what's going on, their new buildings and so forth. So please be there. And also the Virginia Wesleyan University, that's our city-wide university. And so President Dr. Scott Miller will be there to say something to the and then we'll end with the referendum. I know people have mentioned you're going to have that on. Yes, I am, because people's voice matter. And this opportunity to one more time educate as we get closer is important. So that is why I'm including that as well. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, agenda review.
We have speakers on planning items 1, 2, and 3, but number 2 is only one speaker.
One, two, three.
Well, we may not have to pull. There's only one speaker. So on ordinances, is everybody okay with everything on ordinances? So on planning, number 2 is District 6, and what that I said.
Okay with me?
And then number 4, District 3, Bradley and Eddie Kane.
Vice Mayor, what I would like to do here is just share the list of recommended conditions that you all have at your table and that I emailed this weekend. And also provide this update. The applicant has advised me that they are in the process of moving. And so it's unlikely the CUP will be necessary for their purposes. But the house hasn't closed. They did agree to voluntarily begin adhering to the recommendations that are contained on the papers that have been distributed starting now. And so I'm going to recommend a 60-day deferral just to ensure that In case their situation changes, we have the opportunity to come back and to review with the understanding that they have begun to voluntarily adhere to the conditions that have been recommended that we've worked through with them as well as some of the other neighbors. And then if they move, their application will be withdrawn. If they don't move, then we'll revisit this in 60 days.
I think that's a very prudent and very good way to do it, Mike.
So October 21st?
Okay? Nice job, Mike.
And then the last one is number 6, George Luzo, and that's in District 4.
Yes, I will move to approve that, and in fact, say a few words about this specific developer. He made a great impact on some of our commissioners, like Walter Camp, and also Catherine Byler, and what he said about investing back. I think that's important to share. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Yes.
So just a quick comment, because we have a public hearing tonight on the sale of excess city property at 333 Laskin Road. I know we're not voting on it tonight, but I think it's going to be on the schedule to be voted on soon, and I will be asking for a deferral of that vote until October 21st. Well, seeing our emails and our inboxes from concerned citizens, I'm getting a lot of communication from folks who have want to help those businesses there stay. We're in communication with the developer, the owner of the property. So anyhow, we'll have the hearing tonight, but then at the appropriate time, I'll be asking for a deferral of that vote.
Yeah, I think that would be.
The actual vote is already scheduled for September 2nd, so you'll just ask for deferral.
Right, okay.
Yeah, that won't be a problem at all. I think that's a good strategy. Thank you. Okay, at this point, the chair will entertain a motion to recess into a closed session pursuant to the exemptions from open meeting laws allowed by section 2.2, 3711A Code of Virginia, as amended for the following purposes. Legal matters, consultation of legal counsel and briefings by staff members or consultants pertaining to actual probable litigation, where such consultation or briefing in open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the body pursuant to section 2.2, 3711A7, and that is opioid mass tort litigation. And then publicly held property, discussions or considerations of the acquisition of real property for the public purpose or disposition of publicly held property where discussions in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or the negotiation strategy of the public body pursuant to section 2.2, 3711A3, and that both items are in District 6. Public contract, discussions or award of a public contract involving the expenditure of public funds and discussion of the terms or scope of such contract, where discussion in an open session would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body pursuant to section 2.2, 3711A29, and that would be the SIPSA use and support agreement and J&A Racing. And then security matters. Discussion of plans to protect public safety as it relates to terrorist activity or specific cybersecurity threats or vulnerabilities, and meetings, briefings by staff members, legal counsel, or law enforcement or emergency service officials concerning actions taken to respond to such matters or related threat to public safety. Discussion of information excluded from this chapter pursuant to subdivision 3 or 4 of section 2.2, 3705.2, where discussions in an open meeting would jeopardize the safety of any person or the security of any facility, building, structure, or information technology system or software program, or discussion of reports or plans related to the security of any governmental facility, building, or structure, or safety of persons using the facility, building, or structure pursuant to section 2.2, 3711A9 19, and that would be, germane to city council security briefing, and yes, they had me read everything. Personnel matters, discussions, considered, or interviews prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of specific public officers, appointees, or employees of any public body pursuant to section 2.23711A1, and that would be council, boards, commissions, committees, authorities, agencies, and appointees. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay.
Councilmember Berluci?
Aye.
Councilmember Cummings?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley?
Aye.
Councilmember Hutchinson?
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson Green?
Aye.
Councilmember Remick?
Aye.
Councilmember Ross Hammond?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Schulman?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wilson? Aye. Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
Unanimous and 0.
Okay, thank you all. We are attending recess. We're welcome all. Wow, what a wonderful gallery we have tonight, but we got some real special things that we're going to be doing. Calling this meeting to order, and I'm going to ask Captain Keith E. Burke of the Virginia Beach Police Department, 1st Precinct, to do the invocation. If you are able and willing, please rise.
Let us pray. Father God, we thank you, Lord, for this city of Virginia Beach. We thank you for its residents. We thank you for its leadership. We thank you for this council. We pray, God, that you will bless the efforts, the collaborative efforts, and we pray, Father, that because of the work done tonight, that you will continue to move this city forward and faster. In your Son's name we pray. Amen.
And if we may take a moment of silence to honor all of those who have paid the ultimate price in keeping our great city safe. Okay, thank you. And if we could do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you all very much. Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have the roll call?
Yes, Your Honor, all present.
Okay, could I have a motion to certify the closed session?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we'll open the vote on that.
One second, please. The vote is open.
Okay, there we go.
Vice Mayor Wilson, may I have your vote, please? Yes. Thank you. By a vote of 11-0, you certify the closed session to be in accordance with the motion to recess.
Okay, this is a time of we on City Council really enjoy, and is presenting and honoring those who deserve to be honored. And our first one is going to be a resolution and recognition. And could I ask Deputy Fire Chief Richard Vance Cooper III to come up? And we asked former Chief Hutchinson if he would actually be honored to do the reading. No, you got to make comments after, so just get ready. I don't want you to be nervous now. Okay.
It was good. It gave me a second to catch my breath there, because pretty much all of us in blue are going to know I'm not going to make it all the way through this. So we'll get started here. First thing I did, though, is I made a couple of notes before the resolution that we put together for Vance. First, I wanted to recognize his wonderful family. His wife, Erin, we should be applauding her as well. 30 not applauding because she made it as Vance's wife, but as far as she spent 30 years as a speech pathologist in our school system. So my hat's off to her for that. Next, beside her, Tegan, could you stand for a second, buddy? I know you're not really wanting to do this, but you'll understand here in a minute. Tegan just graduated from Old Dominion, and he's took a job with our DOD department, working at the oldest naval shipyard in the country and the largest. So that's pretty cool, buddy. Thank you for that. And Ellis, not to be outdone, is getting ready to graduate from Old Dominion with a business marketing degree. So we're proud of everybody there. Vance and I both started at Kempsville. He was a couple of years behind me. He graduated with my sister, but he started at Kempsville as a volunteer not long after me. But we had the funny thing with Vance is we all have nicknames in the fire department, but Vance had several more than others. And one of the reasons I wanted you to see Tegan, it'll make sense here in a second. When he started, the nicknames there was a bunch of them. He had some called him Vin, Vinny, Coop, Chief, and of course Deputy. But my favorite of all time was, and this is for us that are a little older, is Doogie Howser. And again, if you think about what Tegan looks like right now, that's what Vance looked like up until about 2 years ago. So that was just, I just wanted this to be fun, buddy.
I got some for you.
Yeah, I bet you do. Vance has a very, that's pretty good. I didn't think about that. Vance, of all things, and anybody in the back there, and some of our city directors as well can speak to this. He has a very strong moral compass. His integrity has set the tone for our department for a lot of years, whether it was all the way back to Chief Dalzell, Chief Carter, Chief Cade, Chief Cover, or myself, or now Chief Pravitz. Vance's moral compass has always set the direction for us. We always knew, and believe me, I've had my time to try to stray. That would not happen with Vance. He was not going to not be heard when it came to stuff like that. And as everybody knows, and the other directors that he's worked with in the city, everybody knows that he's a true servant leader. So I'm very proud to have. Yeah, I'm just very proud of you.
Thank you.
This is really long, so it's going to take me a second. Whereas Richard Vance Cooper III is a lifelong resident of Virginia Beach who began his distinguished career in public service as a firefighter with the city of Virginia Beach on July 16, 1990. Whereas Vance rose steadily through the ranks of the Virginia Beach Fire Department, serving as captain, battalion chief, district chief, and on June 16th was promoted to deputy fire chief, a position he held with distinction for the past 9 years. Whereas Vance joined the Federal Emergency Management Association Urban Search and Rescue Team in 1994 as one of its first hazmat responders specialists, and its inaugural. This is important. He was the inaugural program manager at the time. It's a $1 million grant that we get every year. It's the longest grant the city has ever received, continuous grant. And Vance set the standard for what that program manager position was going to be. And so we're very proud of him for doing that. He grew the program and set the highest standard and has served as sponsoring agency chief task force representative since 2021. Vance deployed globally with Virginia Task Force 2, and I've already stated, served as a program manager. He went to the Salt Lake Winter Olympics, Hurricanes Francis and Ivan, Hurricane Katrina, Tropical Storm Omar, Hurricanes Joaquin, and many others. Vance has served on the board of the Virginia Fire Chiefs Association, and on February 21st, 2024, he was sworn in as president of VSCA. During his tenure, he significantly elevated the VFCA's role as a trusted voice for fire service and emergency medical services, leading legislative advocacy efforts, securing critical funding, and implementing key reforms in transparency, strategic planning, and governance. He also strengthened emergency medical services policy, workforce stability, and expanded leadership development and member engagement initiatives. And he now serves as the past president. And he was involved in a JLARC study. And then anybody that knows those over the years, they're not an easy thing to do through the state of Virginia. And it sets precedents for how new programs and stuff are brought on. Vance achieved numerous educational milestones, earning a bachelor's degree in fire administration from Hampton University and a master's degree in public administration from Old Dominion University. He's a graduate of the National Fire Academy Executive Fire Officer Program and holds a Chief's Fire Officer's accreditation. He furthered his leadership education at Harvard's Kennedy School of Government, the West Point School of Leadership, and the Hampton Roads Chamber Lead Program, class of 2013. Vance recognized that the mission of fire service is one part of a broader public safety ecosystem. He valued the collaboration of all professionals, regardless of uniform or title, working together as to safeguard the city, its residents, and its visitors. Whereas known for his unwavering integrity and strong moral compass, Vance earned the deep respect of city employees, residents, and every member of the Virginia Beach Fire Department. Through his visionary leadership and profound institutional knowledge, he helped transform the VBFD into a model of excellence and resilience, inspiring others to reach their highest potential. As a key steward of the fire department's budget, I got to pause here for a second. For the longest time, that guy standing right there in front of you handled millions and millions of dollars for the city of Virginia Beach Fire Department and did it very well to the penny. Drove us crazy. And I would have said he was a subject matter expert until we got very smart and hired Miss Jen Whitley in the back, who then took over the reins.
Totally agree with you.
So thank you, Jen. Anyway, as a key steward of the fire department's budget, Vance built strong interagency relationships and was instrumental in securing the inclusion of the Burton Station Fire Station, and it's a lot of Burton stations, in the city's Burton Station SGA master plan. Part of that was the deed for a piece of property that we couldn't get from the city was written so far back it was in the Queen's English. And Vance recognized that we could put a public safety building there. And oh, by the way, the lot that we had chosen before, the sign fell over. We had waited so long to get the Burton Station Fire Station in a much needed area. So he seized upon it and we made it happen. So that's just another feather in your cap there, buddy. Anyway, he secured the money and much needed infrastructure and apparatus for the building. Vance provided steady leadership during countless Emergency Operations Center activations and emergency weather briefings, guiding teams with a calm and decisive and empathetic approach. While Virginia Beach remains one of the safest and most desirable places to live, Vance never lost sight of the unpredictable dangers that public safety professionals face. He worked diligently to ensure personnel were well-trained, well-equipped, and ready to respond to the most complex and hazardous incidents. I promise this last time I'll stop. The Cavalier, we did live fire training in the Cavalier. We're one of only 2 departments in the country. Clark County out in Las Vegas is the only other one that has done live fire training and thing. A large part was due to Chief Cooper's diligence in making that. That's no easy task. There was lots of people involved, some of them standing in the back, but Vance was the spearhead of all that. Vance was a tireless advocate of responder safety, advancing initiatives including securing a second set of turnout gear for the health and well-being of firefighters, improved healthcare access, cancer screenings, and safety measures to protect all firefighters at all levels. As he transitions into a new chapter as a private citizen, Vance leaves behind a powerful legacy. He will be remembered not only by public safety leadership, but also by frontline personnel, firefighters, officers, deputies, dispatchers, EMTs, forensic technicians, emergency managers, and others who saw in him a leader who never forgot what it means to serve at every level. Now, therefore, be it resolved that on this day, Tuesday, August 19, 2025, the Virginia Beach City Council honors the public servants whose leadership, dedication, and integrity have profoundly impacted the city of Virginia Beach. As Richard Vance Cooper III, or Vinny, begin his next chapter, he does so with an enduring respect and gratitude to this council, our citizens, and public safety he so faithfully served for 35 years. All right.
Thank you. Right now.
A lot of words there, huh?
Yeah. I don't know that.
Paparazzi.
So I have 10 minutes. Is that what that means?
Let me adjust that timer 1 second.
I don't blame you, man.
I'm just,
I'd make that thing go off about 30 seconds from now. Well, wow, what an evening. Chief Hutch, thanks a bunch, buddy. Appreciate it. Mayor, Vice Mayor, rest of the council, everybody else here, all my friends, co-workers. This is my family. This is too much. I guess I got some of the trait that Hutch has. I'm a little disappointed. I think after all that, I should have a Game of Thrones kind of wooden chair back here I'm sitting in. All these people could sit with me because I didn't get here by myself, right? It sounded like I did, but I didn't. My family. I got in at 19 years old. I mean, I got father figures in this fire department that are still here and some that have retired. I mean, it's everything. I'm happy I'm retiring. It might not look like it and sound like it right now, but I'm very happy I'm retiring. There's other things to life, right? There is. And I'm going to go experience them. My wife has now retired. My kids are doing well. I'm going to go experience what some of that's all about. I have grown enormously as a person and a professional by being a firefighter with the VBFD. I think probably to sum it up, and the best way to put it is that if you told me I was going to be 19 years old tomorrow, like I was in 1990, I'm telling you, I would go stand in that same 2-hour line that I stood in just to get an application to fill it out and turn it in with the other 2,200 people that applied that year. That's how much this place means to me, what is given to me. It's service. Society needs it. It needs people like us. And I'm glad I got to participate just a little bit in the history of the VBFD and the city of Virginia Beach. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. It's a real honor. Thanks a bunch.
Thank you. Virginia Beach is a magnificent city, considered one of the best places in this country to live. And what makes us great are the people that live here, work here, have their businesses here, give their time, talent, and treasure to make us the city we are. Such a legacy is the Neptune Festival. And it's my honor that we have Congress, oh Lord. Congratulations, Stacy. But Stacy Cummings, former King Neptune, to make a marvelous, historic introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a historic occasion. The Neptune Festival is in its 51st year. It was started to celebrate Virginia Beach life, and every year a King Neptune has been chosen to represent the city along with 8 tritons and a court of princesses, and recently added a prince. So this year, what makes this year so historic is that for the first time ever, the title of Neptune was not a King Neptune, but actually a Queen Neptune. I was actually on the board of the Neptune Festival several years back when it was decided that that position would be opened up for the women of Virginia Beach. And at that time, several years ago, there was no question in anyone's mind in that room who the first queen would be. And it took a few years, but finally they got it right. Buffy Barefoot is without question one of the leaders of this city and has done more for the business community and the philanthropic community and for the Neptune Festival than any woman outside of Nancy Creech. And no one is more deserving of that honor and will do a better job of representing the city. The culmination of the Neptune Festival ends in the last week of September when it's a Take Back the Beach weekend and down at the boardwalk and throughout the entire oceanfront. So I encourage everyone to go and enjoy the festivities. It's a great time. Bring your family. It's a tremendous family event. And if I could, I'd like to have Queen Buffy Barefoot, her husband Jason, and her court to come down front so that we can get a good look at this entire court and recognize you all and get a few pictures.
Come on down, Buffy.
I'll be first, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Amanda, thank you for putting me on after Deputy Chief Cooper and Councilman Cummings, so thanks a bunch for that. Mr. Mayor, members of council, good afternoon or good evening. I'm Kit Chope, the president and CEO of the Neptune Festival. Councilman, thank you very much for the segue into that, so my point's completely moot. But it's the city's official celebration, and we're very proud of that. We celebrate our 51st year with a huge milestone, and it's about darn time, I would say. And so we're very proud here to celebrate with Queen Buffy Barefoot and the 51st Court of Neptune. As you all know, our mission is to celebrate the spirit of Virginia Beach through authentic experiences that foster joy, community, and connection for all. We value the strong relationships with you, the numerous city departments. Thank you, Mr. DeHaney, on behalf of the entire city staff. And you know, all the firefighters ran away. They're drinking out there, I think. and the countless professional staff members that we're fortunate enough to work with every year long. And we could not produce those more than 40 events without all that dedication, teamwork, and financial support. So now I'm honored to present the 51st Court of Neptune. Representing 8 schools from across our city are Princess Marin Baxley, Princess London Coleman, Princess Beverly Cuffey, Princess Carson Gaddy, Prince Aditya Jan, Princess Veda Nuti, Princess Hattie Navario, Princess Lily Rouse, Princess Sadie Ruane, Princess Sammy Sager, and Princess Aubrey Swain. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the future of our city right here. These are the folks we need to keep here and stop the brain drain. And now the Tritons and their partners, Triton Dave Bellis and Lady Kelly, Triton Bart Dexter and Lady Amanda, Triton Melinda Hancock and gentleman Jason. Triton Dan Heatwole and Lady Lindsay. Triton Jason Kais and Lady Lauren. Triton Tim Pace and Lady Jennifer. Triton Jack Stifler and Lady Austin. Triton Anthony Walters and Lady Tasha. This year's celebration chairs are George and Kristen Fates. Mr. Mayor, I am proud to present Queen Neptune the 51st, Buffy Barefoot, and Gentleman Jason.
Stacy, thank you very much for those kind and warm remarks. Greatly appreciated. Thank you to the council women and men for having us this evening. And on behalf of myself, my husband Jason here, who was a Triton from Court 40 in 2013, and the first City of Virginia Beach public educator to serve as a Neptune Triton. It's an honor for us to be here. It's an honor for me to be on the Neptune court with the folks that are to my right and to my left. Amazing individuals, great leaders in the Hampton Roads market and the City of Virginia Beach. And we're just grateful to have the support for 51 years of the City of Virginia Beach. It's been a wonderful partnership that we've had together. We're looking forward to the next 51 years. I'm not sure I'll see that. It might take a miracle for any of us. Maybe some of these folks will see it. Yeah, definitely these ladies. But in any event, thank you for having us this evening. We're looking forward to a wonderful boardwalk weekend. Please join us at the end of September when we take back the beach.
Welcome and thank you for everything you all do. You do help make Virginia Beach great. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We're all going to turn around.
Yeah, just
adults in the back, princesses on this side. I'll see you all in the middle.
Hey, kid, I didn't mean to step on you, but we get through the script.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I was going to make a joke about Mark.
I think these folks practiced everything. That was good.
They know how to follow directions at this point really well, right?
Only 200 more to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Hey, way to go. Good stuff. Okay, thank you all, and I'll tell you what, that was very special, and welcome to the rest of the guests that are here for the rest of the meeting. Okay, at this point, we're going to have a public hearing. The first one will be on Transportation Alternatives Set-Aside Program, applications to VDOT, Community Improvements, Pedestrian Single Enhancements. Do we have any speakers?
There are no speakers, sir.
Okay, the next one is declaration and conveyance of excess property, approximately 0.327 acres of real estate property at 333 Laskin Road.
We have two speakers. The first speaker is Wayne Jones. And after Mr. Jones will be Patricia Abernathy.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening to each of you, Honorable Mayor and members of City Council. I'm very thankful to be here. I've had the joy of being in business 53 years on Laskin Road. And as I look at each of you and that wonderful group that just passed, I've had a part of that too. From the very first Neptune Festival to planning this one coming up. I'd like to stay in business. And there's so many things going on right now in our city with so many wonderful places coming along. I'd like to say, I just like to stay where I am as long as I can. I have wonderful neighbors, and we all work hard to bring a certain charm to our part of the city. Each of us has a different gift, which we bring, and I just want to stay in the business of happiness because nobody buys flowers except to make someone else happy. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, sir. Really appreciate it.
The next speaker is Patricia Abernathy.
Good evening.
Hi there. Good evening. Before I start, could I get clarification on the hearing for this parcel of land? I initially thought it was that I was opposing a strip of businesses to be torn down. And then today I spent time talking with business owners, landlords, and developers, and they told me that it was more about who is going to be permitted to buy the Papa John's property and what they're going to do with it. Is that what we're talking about? Not so much save these businesses, but more so this corner lot?
Yep, that's basically it.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. I wrote a really great speech yesterday about the businesses, but I'll pivot and talk about just that parcel, and maybe I'll email it to y'all because it was good.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, is it okay for me to clarify?
Yes, please do.
Trisha, you're good.
Trisha, Patrick Daly, City Manager, what you are speaking about is if the city does transfer the Papa John's to the person that's seeking to buy it, it would possibly have the impacts that you're talking about. So I think you probably do want to talk about your speech.
Hybrid. Okay.
They need the Papa John's to build out the development. So you probably do want to use the speech that you were planning to use.
Okay. Well, then we're going to do a hybrid.
Good. Thank you,
Between what I
Patrick.
just put together. Okay. So when my husband and I were planning to move out of Raleigh 3-ish years ago, we had just had a baby and we knew we wanted to live on the coast. We spent years traveling Acadia down to Maine to find our beach town. We didn't want to move to our hometown. We thought it was like throwing in the towel. But Virginia Beach checked all the boxes. And so we bought a house and we've been back for 3 years. We promised to dive into the community, to treat it like it was a new city to us. We were both born and raised Virginia Beach. Our biggest hesitation was the lack of diversity that we felt was intentionally being woven into the culture of Virginia Beach. But anyways, so I unknowingly was actually supporting the Artery District before moving back. I had been buying flowers for friends going through tough seasons from Wayne for years and didn't realize it until a friend recommended a dinner spot next to him, Love Song. And I was sitting there and realized this is who I've been ordering flowers from for all these years. And it wasn't long before we noticed other small businesses within this block, and that's where my family spends most of their time. I go to the gym there, we do date nights, we go to pop-up events. It's our favorite spot to be. There are wide sidewalks, the patio is spilling into the street, the doors are often with music. More importantly, our time spent there is very intentional. We know that we're supporting women-owned businesses, people of color-owned businesses, businesses who open their doors to everyone. It's a community within a community, and it is the future of Virginia Beach. If we allow the strip of businesses to disappear even temporarily, we risk losing that heartbeat of the Artery District. Right now, the district leadership doesn't reflect the community that I just described. I was on the board for a short amount of time, and now the board consists of white, male, generational wealth, and the good old boy culture. And I think it's time that Virginia Beach move past that. I think we're ready to, and I think that the people who've been making decisions for decades have been part of that club. But I think it's time to embrace the diversity that this block of businesses blatantly, I mean, it's just so vibrant. I'm sure we've all spent time there. But so that now brings me to my concern about the Papa John's parcel. It was told to me that it came with city requirements mandating a certain amount of affordable housing, market rate housing, and retail. And truthfully, I wish there was space to reconsider leaving the building as is, because it's funky, it's quirky, and it has a lot of potential for a successful patio and a little small business. But if redevelopment is non-negotiable, then I urge you to reconsider the terms. VB has plenty of other opportunities to prioritize affordable housing, and this tiny parcel isn't going to really move the scale in that regard. If we add more apartments, I think we should also have a conversation about the existing ones, Gold Key Building and Pinnacle. Why are they sitting empty? Is it the lack of quality? Is it the lack of amenities? Shouldn't we solve that issue before throwing in more apartments? Instead of prioritizing housing here, how about we focus on affordable retail? Could we choose a developer who has margins that allow for reasonably priced spaces that allow businesses owned by women and people of color?
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, but we got the message. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Remick, did you want to make a comment?
Is that all the speakers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Tricia, for the speech. So tonight's a public hearing. I think that's all we hear tonight. We've also, as members of City Council, have received emails over the past week, but especially the last 3 days. We get the message loud and clear that the community does not want these shops to leave. And what would cause them to leave, just to clarify for your speech, would be the transfer of this property, the Papa John's, to the owner of this property. So we're going to have to work through this. It's my strong belief to support these businesses. Thank you, Mr. Jones, for your service and your business for 53 years. It's not an easy solution at this point, so we're not voting tonight. We would be slated to be voting on this on September 2nd. So at that point, I will be asking then to defer this until October 21st, when we can have some more conversations with the owner and the whole business of what the owner would like to do at this property.
Okay.
Thank you.
Could I ask a question?
No, you just had 3 minutes. We got to go by the rules. My apologies. Okay, thank you. Okay, at this point, we'll get ready for the consent agenda. Do we have any consent agenda speakers?
Would you like to read the speaker policy first?
Okay, we got some other speakers later, so I'll go ahead and read the script. I want to remind everyone that the City Council speaker policy that allows certain representatives of groups to speak for 10 minutes applies only to planning items. All other speakers, whether speaking individually or on behalf of a group, will have up to 3 minutes to speak on a single item. Speakers are reminded that comments during the formal session of the meeting must be limited to the subject of the item that is being considered by the council at the time you are called. For items placed on the consent agenda, a speaker will have up to 3 minutes to address any single item. If a speaker wishes to address multiple consent agenda items, the speaker will have a cumulative total of 6 minutes to address those items. Again, the speaker must limit his or her comments to the subject matter of the items they signed up to address. And finally, I call upon all speakers and all persons in the chamber to be civil in their discussion and decorum. Whatever views you hold and wish to express, the City Council wants to hear from you and to ensure that all viewpoints and all persons are respected. The best way to do this is for all of us to strive for civility and respect. Madam Vice Mayor, if you would be so kind.
Well, we do have one speaker for one item.
Okay. We do have one. Okay.
Yes. Channing Tuttle is signed up to speak on K2. Ms. Tuttle?
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Channing Tuttle, District 1. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of council. When I attended Planning Commission, I presented testimony and evidence showing that staff and management knowingly allowed illegal STR permitting, as well as closing and dismissal of complaints against illegally operating STRs, including YPB LLC managed properties. City Attorney's Office had full knowledge of these violations and continued those cases out for months. A privilege never extended to the citizens I was forced to enforce. In the end, these cases were dismissed. That was not a failure of enforcement. It was a deliberate decision to operate outside of the ordinance that this council adopted. Council adopted ordinance 241.2, which went into effect on November 7, 2021. I was the only inspector who remained in the STR department from the adoption of that ordinance forward. During that time, I witnessed the rest of the STR team and management consistently act unethically, unlawfully, and without accountability. The ordinance this body approved was not applied equally across citizens, developers, and property managers. And if it happened in the STR department, while I was working there for years, is it still continuing? And is all of zoning and planning operating in the same fashion? When I raised these concerns and issues in an effort to protect this city from liability, thinking it was only an honest mistake by new staff, I was met with harassment, ADA violations, and a toxic workplace that left me with PTSD and financial devastation. That experience makes me question why the public should trust that this proposal will not simply result into more illegal STRs. Given the lack of accountability and the history of selective enforcement, my concern is that this is yet another case of allegedly protecting developers at the expense of both employees and neighborhoods. I respectfully urge council to demand full transparency and real accountability and enforcement before advocating this proposal. That must include proof of cancellations, which can be provided by all STR platforms, yet is never confirmed by staff before closing a complaint of illegal STR activity. I personally recommended the safeguard. Management rejected it, reinforcing my belief that the department is more concerned with the illusion of compliance than with actual compliance. Please reject or defer this agenda item until compliance can be obtained and end the psychological abuse against employees within your workforce. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all, sir.
referring to?
J2.
No, J2.
No, she was speaking on K2, planning item. That's all the one speaker items, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Under ordinances, J1, the ordinance to amend to the city code, change the polling location for precinct 0093 to Good Samaritan Episcopal Church at 848 Baker Road. Number 2 is the ordinance to amend the terms of the conveyance of excise city property at 2656 Lachelle Place to the Virginia Beach Development Authority and authorize execution of the lease and option agreement with Vidar, Inc. Number 3 is the ordinance to approve modifications to the summary of terms to the acquisition of structured parking at 35th Street and authorize the transfer of $13,350,000 from Capital Project 100059 Resort Parking District to purchase of 200 parking spaces in the proposed garage. Number 4 is the ordinance to amend the Appendix F of the City Code to Chesapeake Bay Preservation Area Ordinance.
Open a public hearing on planning.
Okay, number 2, YPB LLC for conditional change of zoning form of OR Oceanfront Resort District A12, A24, and A36 Apartment District to conditional A24 Apartment District, demolishing existing multifamily buildings, vacate interior property lines, and construct a 20-unit multifamily condominium development at 309, 311, 313, 315, 317, and 319 34th Street, and that's in District 6. Number 4 is Bradley and Nettie Kane for conditional use permit, Ray Residential Kennel at 405 Kings Point Court, District 3, and that's going to be deferred until October 21st. And number 5 is George Luzo, 232 Jersey LLC for conditional use permit, bulk storage yard at 5033 Admiral Wright Road, and that is in District 4. Move for approval.
Do I have a second? Second. Okay, any discussion?
Yes.
Yes. Amelia?
Yes, is George Lusso here? Okay, if you please stand.
I'm sorry, Mayor, can we just finish the vote because we've got the vote?
Yeah, we got to finish the vote, Amelia.
Okay.
We
If
called
you
for
don't
the vote.
mind, that would be great, just because we have it open. Open it. I thought it was open, sorry.
Okay.
Councilmember Ross Hammond, may I have your, thank you. By a vote of 11-0, you've approved the consent agenda as read by Vice Mayor Wilson.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Mr. Lusso?
Yeah, yes, Worth.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make a quick shout out to the Food Bank of Southeastern Virginia for making this decision and this investment in our city. Best of luck. It's a huge project for you and our region.
That's not,
Yeah, we
that
didn't-
wasn't part of consent.
We didn't call that, yeah, that's being pulled. Yeah. Yeah, it's not consent.
Okay.
Preempted.
Whoops.
Third time is the charm.
Okay, we're ready to move forward? And-
Wait.
Okay, Amelia, go right ahead.
Yes. Was just asking you to stand, and I wanted to mention to you, I was pleased. You've been in that area for 15 years. You're willing to go along with the planning, with the wood fence, with the buffer, and with the vision that we have for that Cleveland, Pembroke strategic plan. So I just wanted to say thank you. We appreciate you.
Okay, thank you, very good, thank you, Amelia. Okay, now we'll move on to the planning items. And the first one is K1, Food Bank of Southeastern Virginia and Eastern Shore Incorporated for conditional zoning from AG1 to AG2 agricultural distance to condition I1 light industrial with Ray develop a warehouse distribution center for the food bank at 3325 Dam Neck Road, parcel directly southwest of 3325 Dam Neck Road and 3357 Dam Neck Road, District 2. Do we have speakers?
The first speaker, Eddie Burdon, representing the applicant.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the council. For the record, Eddie Burdon, Virginia Beach attorney, and it is certainly my privilege to come before the council this evening representing the Food Bank of Southeastern Virginia and the Eastern Shore on this conditional rezoning application of a 24-acre assemblage of 3 predominantly wooded parcels zoned agriculture on the southeast side of Dam Neck Road in the developed part of the city of Virginia Beach. This property or these assembled properties are located in the greater than 75 dBn noise zone, the 70 to 75 dBn noise zone, and a small part in accent potential zone 2. The development of this area cannot be approved by the city for residential based on Article 18 of our CZO adopted in 2004. The food bank is proposing a conditional I-1 light industrial zoning district subject to 6 very detailed proffers. And it sounds as though this item was probably going to be on the consent agenda, but there are, as I understand it, a speaker or two. I would note that the 2 families who are generational, multi-generational owners of these 3 parcels, from whom the development potential of these properties was significantly limited in 2004 by the city's adoption of Article 18 of the CZO to protect NAS Oceana, a very worthy cause. They were, and basically limit their uses to light industrial uses. Unlike a lot of property owners similarly situated back in the 70s and 80s when the Navy paid for removing those development potentials, these folks were not so compensated. Their only utilization, and the utilization for which the food bank not only contracted to purchase the property, but has actually completed the purchase before they proceeded with this application. That's why we're here. And there are lots of properties similarly situated that the city doesn't own that are not zoned in light industrial, but that's really all they can be used for. And this is one example. The use is essentially a warehouse distribution center use. The Navy and the City Joint Review Committee has approved this. It's compatible with NAS Oceana. It replaces the food bank's current distribution facility in Norfolk. It's been there for over a quarter of a century. Their operating hours are Monday through Friday, 7 to 5, and Saturday 8 to 1. And this is not a public distribution center. That's what all their partners do. They just collect the food here and package it, and the distribution partners come and take it to the churches or other locations where the food is distributed. The stormwater requirements in our ordinance are met with this proposal, and we are providing over 6 acres of fully treed buffer existing that'll be preserved with this application, including 140-plus feet of buffer to the homes on Glastonbury on the south side of the property, or southeast side of the property. The public outreach was held, hundreds of invitations sent back in February. 12 residents showed up, none of whom were in opposition. And Chris Tan, who is the director, is here, and he'll be happy to answer any questions should you all have any. But he offered to come back if they wanted him to come back and speak again. Staff has recommended this for approval. Your Planning Commission overwhelmingly recommended it for approval, and we hope that the council will see fit to do the same.
Okay, any comments or questions? Okay, thanks, Eddie.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Ben Jackson. And after Mr. Jackson is Greg Panza.
Good evening.
Good evening. Sorry, I'm not used to standing in front of people and talking, but good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. My name is Ben Jackson. I reside at 3092 Glastonbury Drive. I'm here to discuss my opposition to the food bank being built behind my home at 3325 and 3357 Dam Neck Road. I have the following concerns that should be discussed before a decision is made about rezoning the property. The request is to build a 110,000 square foot roughly building 140 feet away from my property, taking away in a wooded land that is home to multiple wildlife and other forms of animals that live back there. We already have jet noise that comes over. We are in the flight path. We don't need the additional noise from tractor trailers idling behind our homes at all hours of the night. We just don't need to listen to that. I know there was something in previous discussions that they would only idle for 15 minutes, but at the end of the day, you know, truckers are gonna do what they wanna do. If they wanna stay comfortable in their rigs, they're gonna run those things all night long, and we don't need to hear it. This facility will also have an increase in traffic on a corridor that is already heavily trafficked with 2 bases, an amphitheater, and Amazon trucks. There is currently no turn lane for trucks coming from London Bridge Road, so vehicles will either have to make a U-turn or use Monet Drive from Holland Road as a cut-through, increasing traffic in an already dense neighborhood. I'm not sure if you know about the area right there, but where they're proposing the food bank to come into, there's not a turn lane. So vehicles, at the Planning Commission meeting, they discussed that the corridor would be coming from London Bridge Road and not from Princess Anne. So that would increase traffic coming from London Bridge, where people would either make that left-hand turn onto Holland Road and cut through Monet to come back around and come back in through the neighborhood to get through there. We also have Lanesboro Road, which is a cut through. It's a small cul-de-sac in the neighborhood that I would have concerns about them pushing that through for trucks and traffic to get through. I know it was discussed that they would not put that through, but we haven't heard anything about that happening yet. Again, the hours of operation, they said 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday and 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. Is there really a need for this facility to be operational that early in the morning? Despite statements about a community outreach, there is very little information in regards to the food bank given to the homes that would be directly affected by this building. I know they like to tout that they said 5,000 flyers went out. I was on medical leave during that time, so I was home for 3 months. I never saw anybody come to my door, no discussions about anything about a food bank coming in. So there's been no really outreach other than what the city has sent out for the little postcards that we got from our neighbors that are directly affected for this building. Security, looking at the current plans, it appears there's only a 20-foot buffer between the parking lot and the neighborhood park. Will there be security patrolling after hours, or will the driveway be gated to stop people from coming in during those times? It's a small buffer from a neighborhood park that is frequently by kids, parents, families. Some youth sports teams also participate in practice in there. And then if the food bank doesn't have enough funds to build this project, they turn around and sell it a few years down the road to someone who wants to build the industrial park. There needs to be more conversations with the community and among city council before a decision.
Thank you very much, sir.
About rezoning.
Appreciate you coming.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Greg Panza.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor,
distinguished council members. My name is Greg Panza. I live at 3088 Glastonbury Drive. I'm Ben's neighbor. I have lived there for 17 years. Reason why I bought that house is because of serenity, the quietness, the neighborhood. Okay, you have woods behind you with a great ecosystem of animals that live back there. Okay, am I against a food bank? No. Am I against small industry? No. Where you put it, I am against it. The city of Virginia Beach and fellow council members have done a great job of putting small industry in industry parks all up and down Dam Neck Road. I have lived here since 1983, where I came here from the Navy from Cleveland, Ohio, Northeast Ohio, where I lived in suburbs. And never in my life have I seen a city grow like this has, and is great. It's wonderful. I have watched it from a country road at Dam Neck, going to Dam Neck Naval Base when I first got here in '83, a 2-lane country road and nothing else but woods and trees and everything else. It was beautiful. I wasn't used to that being a city boy up there from the city of Cleveland. But what I'm not against small industry, but what I am for is putting small industry where it belongs, in industrial parks, as you have done so greatly in this city. You have kept large buildings and neighborhoods away from having trees destroyed to put industrial buildings there. Okay, I saw what happened to Dam Neck in Virginia and General Booth Boulevard. All those trees, all that property, you got enough room there to put a football stadium in, but yet you want to destroy a whole ecosystem and a forest behind my house to put a small industrious building there. It's a food bank for transferring food. Why do we as neighbors have to have that? I don't understand it. I have talked to some of my neighbors, and unfortunately, they have not come to talk to you all. I can't make them come. You know, you can lead a horse to water and all that, but it just doesn't seem right. Neighborhoods are for what they are. Our neighbors, they talk about putting a nice little park up front there, put a lake there, a walking path, okay? Our neighbors don't do that. In our neighborhood, they go for walks in their neighborhood. Why? Because they feel safe. They're not worried about being accosted, because if they are, they can yell and scream and somebody will come out their door and help them if they can. The part that they propose to put there is nice. I get it. I understand it. But it's secluded. You're going to put a buffer of trees around those parks, that lake, that walking path, and anybody can come out of that woods at any time and accost somebody. There's no guarantee it won't happen. Okay, not to mention the crash zone. I know what the crash zones are. I'm retired Navy. I've worked in many squadrons at NAS Oceana, so I know where the crash zones are. I know where the flight paths are. I am right on runway 5, right, the main runway going into Oceana. Do I mind it? No, I do not. It's the price of freedom.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate you coming.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Mr. Burdon, do you have rebuttal? That's all the speakers.
Mayor, members of council, I'll be brief. As for the comments from Mr. Jackson, the lots that abut this piece of property on Glastonbury are 100 feet deep. I've been doing this for 40 years. I've never, ever had an applicant, and I don't think we have any, in any industrial park, where you have 140-foot deep preserved forested buffer. Okay, the forested buffer is 40% larger than their properties are. It's 3.5 acres alone, the buffer behind the homes on Glastonbury. The property is zoned agriculture, and that's 3.5 acres of habitat that's not being touched. The property is zoned agriculture. The owners could have, at any point in time, and the food bank could, they're not going to, taken every tree off of this piece of property. The owners on Glastonbury, the majority of which are not here opposing this, have to appreciate the fact that we needed to save Oceana. The building on this property is not in a crash zone. It's just a small portion of the property that is not being developed at all is in a crash zone. And the Navy completely has no objection to this. It's compatible with NAS Oceana. That's why your Planning Commission recommended approval and why your staff recommended approval. And this property has only industrial use available. Light industrial is essentially it that is compatible with NAS Oceana. The park has a 25-foot treed buffer adjacent to it, perfect park, scenario. And again, this is not a facility where the public is invited to come here. All right, this is not a situation where there are going to be hundreds and hundreds of people coming to pick up food and who need food insecurity and need food. That is not what this is. It's a warehouse, and and with these hours of operation, and there is very limited, and there is no tractor trailer truck traffic behind this building whatsoever. And we've never been able to figure out how anyone believes that truck traffic coming to this facility, which there are just a handful in the course of a week, are going to go through that neighborhood to get here. Don't have any clue. We can't figure out how that ever would happen. You have to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions at all? Oh, Josh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Eddie, I saw this property and the site layout originally a while back, and it had been oriented differently at that time with truck, I guess, parking area to the rear, and now the one that I see up here, so this has changed over time, is what I'm
That is absolutely correct. The food bank had a consultant come in and do 2 or 3 different layouts. Mm-hmm. And when I was retained and we started going through them and then going through them with staff, it was our advice, my advice and staff's advice, that we wanted to make certain that we didn't have any activity between the building and the neighborhood, and that's exactly what this plan provides. There's nothing going on behind the building. It'll all stay the way it is today.
I think it's a significant improvement. The site layout is, and I remember another aspect of the site layout that I saw previously. I think a different use, maybe some sort of like a passive farming or garden use was contemplated in the front area, but now I see that there's been tons of trees preserved instead, and you're using it for.
That's correct. There's a small community garden space that's located up on the Dam Neck Road side, and there's also a 100-foot preserved buffer along Dam Neck Road as well, with the exception of the entrance to the property.
I think you did a good job saving trees and flipping that site layout to where you're, disturbing the neighbors in the least amount possible. And I do understand the concerns, but 140 feet is essentially a 14-story building between the.
We believe that this has balanced the concerns of all of the stakeholders, if you will, around the property, as well as the property itself. And it's an accountable organization. Very accountable organization. It's not just an out-of-state, corporation coming in and building a warehouse.
Okay, thank you, Eddie. Barbara? Let's go Stacy, and then Barbara will make the motion.
Ms. Bourdon, can you address the idea of a turn lane, the need for one, or why there's a lack of a turn lane into the facility?
If the city requires, if the traffic engineering department indicated that we needed one, they don't believe so. And again, the truck traffic we're talking about here is very limited. And as there's a proffer in here that covers the fact that it's not terribly unusual for that traffic, which is never more than, as I understand it, 1 or 2, and that's an oddball situation in a day when you'd have a tractor trailer come in. They come in early in the morning. And that's why they're not allowed to idle their engine or stay in the parking lot for more than a short period of time, which is in the proffer agreement. And the current facility, which they've operated for 25 years, we've gone through all of this with staff, and there just doesn't. The concern is not justified by the facts of how this operates. Now, there are a good number of cars that come for the 60 employees during the course of the day, but they're not tractor trailer trucks. And there are 65 employees, average salary just under $60,000. And there are volunteers that come with the groups that distribute the food elsewhere to help package and what have you in the course of a day. But as far as those folks, they're not using tractor trailer trucks to take the food to their church or their other distribution centers outside of, which this is not, outside of, in this region and on the Eastern Shore. So there really is not going to be, this is the opposite of Amazon. Okay, this is not going to be the fulfillment center on the other end of Dam Neck Road by any stretch of the imagination, not even. It's the light years in terms of how little tractor trailer truck traffic this will generate. It's, maybe 5, 8 trucks a week.
Thank you.
Okay, Barbara?
Hang on. Well, I've been worried about this one since the first day I saw the application, because it is a very large industrial use adjoining a residential property. And I was very concerned because the food bank purchased this property without the proper zoning and would have to come in and get the rezoning. And I've been really worried about whether or not it was going to be able to overcome what I see as a lot of issues, which of course is the fact that it abuts an existing residential neighborhood. But because the property has so much timberland, they're able to do that. And I think they have been able to overcome a lot of the issues that I was seeing at the start. And it's because they are a cooperative organization that I think they're willing to do that. Someone else with this property may not have been willing to do that. So, but there are a number of proffers here that make this work without doing extreme damage to these properties that are residential. Of course, this cannot be residential because of the Navy restrictions. So it has to be something else. And the property is zoned agricultural simply because back in the day when the zoning ordinance was first developed and the Board of Supervisors didn't have a lot of experience, if it didn't have a use, they just zoned it agricultural, whether it was in farming or not. This property has never been, nor would ever be farmed, I don't think, because it would have to be totally cleared. The only way it could be a crop would be as if you're using silviculture and you're timbering. So you've got a lot of trees here on agricultural land. May I read a statement you made at the Planning Commission, which I agree with that totally. Since there seems to be a lot of conversation going around lately, and I think it's been kind of kicked off by the Economic Development Authority, that they don't have much industrial land. Well, the reality of it is we have quite a bit that isn't zoned industrial because the owners of the property aren't the government, and the owners of the property prefer to be taxed on land use on their agricultural zone property until such time as there is actually a user for their property, and they want to just be paying out the nose waiting for somebody to come along.
No truer words have ever been spoken. That is 100% the case. There is a significant amount of agriculturally zoned land along Dam Neck Road and south of the base, and even wrapping around a little bit towards the southeast side of the base, that in those cases, most of them, the Navy actually purchased the development rights, but that's why we have the SEGA areas, and they're not zoned industrial because they're not owned by the city. So the property owners they're not going to rezone it until there's someone who comes along and wants to buy it and develop it that way. And this is one of the few ones that is somewhat potentially problematic, as you indicated, Ms. Henley. And fortunately, we have a user that, and it's a big piece of property, is willing to go above and beyond, this represents above and beyond as far as protecting residential that's in an area that if those houses hadn't been built when they were built, they wouldn't be able to be built today.
Right.
But no one's trying to say they shouldn't be there. That's not the case. But you got to work together, and that's what
we look at what is zoned industrial and say we don't have much left.
Right.
But we've got a heck of a lot of property that is still zoned agricultural that is potential industrial, such as this.
That's correct.
that is another thing that worries me a little bit. I don't want this to set a precedent for somebody else to come in and put industrial here that is not compatible with this residential. And that's my worry. Just because this development was able to overcome these issues, somebody else that really wanted to put in something that is heavy, that is industrial, and wouldn't be compatible, could, I don't want them using this as an example, but I'm sure they will. But this is 24 acres total, but the project itself is 12 acres, and the impervious surface will actually be less than 8 acres, if I've read everything right.
I believe those numbers are correct.
What we've got is that this property is going to be retaining half of the undisturbed property.
Pretty close.
Maybe not
Maybe not
in
quite.
one contiguous spot, but it would be, so we are retaining a lot of this timberland that will make it compatible with the residential that's there, I think.
I would simply say that if you count the stormwater retention ponds and the areas that are treed, it's certainly, I think, well over half. But the timber alone may not be quite
Well, it won't be half of it timber, but it's still a good
Yes, ma'am.
amount.
The timber is well over is more than the over 6 acres that's in the preservation area. So that you're absolutely correct. And I would take the half full, half empty. I think this is an excellent, what's the word you used? It sets an example or precedent. If other properties that are directly adjacent to residential elsewhere that have the same scenario as this, if they provide a 3 acre plus 140-foot wide preservation buffer, it hasn't been done anywhere else.
Well, I think that this could be a good example of what could be done. And so I appreciate the residents that are there, but I think with the buffers that we have here assured that it's going to be far better than something else might come in later and want to do something. But this gives me is an example of what I'm very much concerned about with where our direction with this, speaking about industrial, goes. Another one of the speakers at the Planning Commission made another comment, and I kind of agree with him too. He says, he's talking about light industrial, and he says, there ain't nothing light about 108,000 square feet. All right, this is a 108,000 square foot building. I don't know what we call light industrial and what we call heavy industrial. Some of the stuff we've been getting in light industrial, I consider heavy. And I think we're really going to have to get this definition. But when you've got a building that's over 100,000 square feet, that's getting to be a little bit more than what I would consider light. I agree with the person who spoke, and he didn't speak tonight. But anyway, I think that's something we're going to have to deal with because we are having to deal with this issue of industrial property. And what are we going to call light industrial?
Well, I think our zoning ordinance divides it basically manufacturing and things that we don't have a whole lot of in Virginia Beach are, if you look at I-2, that's what's considered heavy, what's going on in the building more so than the size of the building. Because I mean, a warehouse isn't, they're not manufacturing, they're not bringing in raw materials, they're not, heating them up and changing their character, and they're not dealing with chemicals and things of that nature. They're just bringing in food that's already, ready for market from agricultural users and also from, different suppliers, and they're packaging it and sending it out. So there's not I don't think there's any heavy in use of the building. It's a warehouse primarily.
Well, I think given the fact that you all have got your hours down to such a level that you're not interfering, someone else with a light industrial could be going all night long. And I just don't want to see
a heavier
this
use,
as a precedent for something that's going to come into that point. This one is light in your use, but someone else would say, I want I-1 also, and they could have a much different operation. So I just am making these statements to let everybody know that I don't agree with some of the stuff that we've been getting, and y'all are going to be hearing a lot more about that later on, I guess, because I think we are going to have to address this whole question of industrial in the transition area, which is coming to us, and we've got to answer some of these questions. But I think an issue like this one, when you look at this neighborhood that's back there, fully developed, and only because you have the ability to do it, is this I-1 compatible with that? If it weren't for that, I would never be making this motion to approve. But given these proffers and what is with this application, I will make the motion to approve it.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, let's open the vote.
1 second. The vote is open. Vice Mayor Wilson, may I have your vote, please? Thank you. By a vote of 11-0, you approve the application of
Hey,
Food Bank of Southeastern Virginia and Eastern Shore.
Okay, thank you all. Appreciate it. Okay, moving on to item number 3, Virginia Beach Community Development Corp., City of Virginia Beach for conditional use zoning from B2 community business to B4 mixed use, develop 60 residential units and small space of parcel north of 3792 Princess Anne Road, District 10.
So we have 3 speakers. The first speaker is Max Wiley.
Okay, one at a time, folks.
One at a time, please.
One at a time. Okay, one at a time.
Have a seat and I'll call the rest up.
They'll call you.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Manager, and members of the public. My name is Quincy White. I'm the president and CEO of the Virginia Beach Community Development Corporation. Tonight, I'm asking for your continued support for a project that represents what we all believe in, a Virginia Beach that is inclusive, compassionate, and prepared to meet the moment. In partnership with NAMI, Coastal Virginia, we propose 60 units of affordable housing with a portion dedicated to people with diagnosed mental illness. Alongside a new regional headquarters for NAMI, this project is more than just housing. It's a place where people can build stable lives, access meaningful support, and feel a true sense of belonging. This initiative directly aligns with the Virginia Beach Housing Study and the Comprehensive Plan, which call for deeper affordability, mixed income neighborhoods, innovative partnerships, and strategic land use. We're delivering on that vision right now. The City Council has already taken a bold and commendable step by unanimously voting to donate city-owned land for this project. The action sent a message: Virginia Beach is ready to lead. The location near transit, employment, healthcare, and community services was chosen intentionally. It reflects both resident input and best practices. It positions this project to succeed in delivering long-term people-centered outcomes. Delaying rezoning now would jeopardize critical funding and set back progress at a time when this community needs us to move forward, and we are ready. This is what smart, compassionate growth looks like, and it's the kind of legacy we all want to leave. Thank you for your time and your trust. I now yield the remainder of my time to our Chief Strategic Officer, Ashley Jarvis.
I'm sorry, let me stop. I need you to come over and give me your name. You didn't
Sure.
sign up, so don't have you signed up either. So I need cards from you all to come over and fill out cards. We have speakers signed up that I'll call. And then, yeah, if you can come over and fill your card out though. The speakers that are signed up are Max Wiley. Willie, come on up. And then Kay Flora.
Excuse me, Ms. Barnes, Mr.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes.
I just want to clarify, the speaker we just heard from is the applicant, so I
They
thought
didn't
that.
sign up with me, so I didn't know who they were. I just needed their information. But go ahead, sir, you can go speak.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the only thing. I
Okay,
just
thank
needed their
you, Michael.
information. Go ahead, sir. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll reset the timer.
Greetings, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor,
and Virginia Beach City Council members. My name is Max Willie, and I currently serve as the Vice President and Chair of the Advocacy Committee for the National Alliance on Mental Illness, Coastal Virginia. I ask for all the supporters and constituents of this effort in person and virtually to please stand and to remain standing until the conclusion of my talk. We are truly honored to be here again in your presence this evening. My last talk with you before City Council was on December 10th, 2024, and I stressed the benefits of releasing that 3.18 acres parcel of land by Princess Anne Road near Tidewater Community College for the 60 multifamily units and the NAMI Coastal Virginia office. This site will serve as a testament to Virginia Beach's dedication to prioritizing attainable housing, and it will also enable your local NAMI affiliate to broaden its impact within the community by providing greater access and support for individuals in need of mental health services free of charge. That's right. All of NAMI support services are provided to the community free of charge. We applaud the comments tonight that will be made by Mr. Quincy White and Ashley Jarvis of the Virginia Beach Community Development Corporation, and the positive remarks that you made, Mayor Dyer, this past July 31st at the VBCDC Community Forum. It is evident that you have clearly heard from the residents of Virginia Beach about the need for more affordable and attainable housing. Our ask is simple. Unanimously approve the Planning Commission's rezoning application. We want to thank you for your visible courage and leadership with us throughout this journey for the last 3 years. And we look forward to better serving the Virginia Beach and the entire coastal communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
The next speaker is Kay Flora. After Ms. Flora is Eugene Coward.
Hello, Mayor Dyer and Vice Mayor Wilson, members of City Council. I'm Kay Flory. I've been here before. I'm a dedicated citizen of Virginia Beach and the advocacy chair of the Interfaith Alliance at the beach. Additionally, I'm a proactive member of the Tidewater Swords of Justice. Our organizations collaboratively address social justice and human rights issues within our community, guided by compassion and nonpartisan advocacy. We strongly support the NAMI CDC project located at Princess Anne Road and Community College Place. We've walked the way for the last 4.5 years with them. This site is ideal for the development of affordable housing and supportive housing for individuals with mental health challenges, as envisioned by the partnership between Virginia Beach CDC and NAMI. The property's ample acreage and proximity to medical facilities make it a suitable location for this project. We urge you to expedite the process to facilitate the development of these 60 apartments, which include 9 units dedicated to the individuals living with mental health issues. Thank you for your consideration of this important issue of affordable housing for citizens of Virginia Beach.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Eugene Cowan, and then Ashley Jarvis.
Good evening, Council.
Hello.
We meet again. I just came here in support of this awesome, wonderful, and amazing project for our city. So my support is that you partner with NAMI and Virginia Beach CDC Affordable Housing Project. And this initiative is more than just housing. It's a lifeline. It's stable, affordable homes paired with wraparound service for mental health, giving families and individuals the foundation they need to thrive. Without housing, recovery and wellness are nearly impossible. With housing and support, people move from crisis to stability. The benefits extend beyond our entire city because affordable housing stops emergency room visits. It makes sure that those who are dealing with illness and sickness have an opportunity to get that help before it becomes a crisis and has to come to the hospital. It strengthens our workforce. It keeps our families in community. When residents spend less time on rent, they spend more time in local business, fueling our economy. And most importantly, this project reflects the values of Virginia Beach. And it shows, even with your initial investment of the land, that it's about helping families and supporting our community. So this is not just a building project, it's an investment in dignity, stability, and the long-term health of Virginia Beach. So Mayor and wonderful council members, let me share with you, it's about hope and health, about pairing safe and stable homes with mental services, giving the families and neighbors the tools they need to thrive. So again, I give my vote of support. I'm Eugene Cotton, pastor at the New Life Full Gospel Baptist Church. God bless you.
God bless you. Good seeing you.
The next speaker is the last speaker is Ashley Jarvis.
Right. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. Tonight, I just want to take a minute to recap the community engagement strategy for this project. We strive to have an informatory, participatory, and active community engagement strategy. After we began working on this parcel in 2023, we went out at the invitation of Councilwoman Rouse and met with the Buckner Woods community, identified concerns that they had, and took those back and worked on solutions and ways to mitigate those over the next several months. In May of 2024, we held a community design charrette where we had received input on design elements and addressed concerns with the neighborhood as best as we could. In November 2024, we held an additional community meeting where we presented the conceptual site layout. After working through the rezoning process in the spring, in July of 2024, we held 2 additional community engagement meetings. On July 24th, we met with the Buckner Woods Homeowners Association, talked through the current site layout, any additional concerns they had, and invited them to the design reveal that was held on July 31st. On July 31st, we invited stakeholders, the neighbors, and supporters of this project to come see the renderings for the project, vote on the project name, and give us feedback on this project. We also had door hangers hung on all of the Buckner Woods Homeowners Association doors to invite them to those meetings, to ensure that we were doing our best to invite them to the table and work with us to be great neighbors. We're excited about the opportunity for this project and welcome any questions that you may have tonight, and look forward to moving forward on this project. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor, that's all the speakers.
All the speakers? Okay, Jen?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to everyone who came out. This is one of the projects when I was newly elected to council. It was one of the first ones kind of when I got to the table and it was, hey, this thing is coming. And I remember thinking, wait, what? This is District 10. This is my district. So I remember for me, my goal was to make sure that at every step of the way, the project and the residents were talking and communicating, and that this is something that involved the people of Buckner Woods, it's a small but mighty community of neighbors who know each other and care about each other. And so I want to thank VBCDC and NAMI for your efforts to engage the community and to respond to the concerns and to make adjustments as much as you could. I know that when we first heard about the project, and sometimes when I still hear about it, it's the NAMI headquarters. So I do want to clarify in our conversations that this is first and foremost a residential site. So this is 60 units, 100% are affordable housing. 9 units are set aside for households with individuals with mental health diagnoses. As we talked about today during our session with our demographic overview, it's meeting a need, more than one need. And so I appreciate all the effort that you've made, and I appreciate the residents of Buckner Woods for their engagement with the project, and I'd like to go ahead and move for approval.
Do I have a second? And Michael, second. Okay.
May I make a comment?
Yes.
I would just like to thank the folks from NAMI for persisting. I know a few years ago, we had an application that you weren't pleased with the outcome because we had to deny it because it just wasn't in the right place. And I appreciate so much that you all took the effort to keep moving forward and find a place that was the right place. I didn't like voting against it before, but it just was not in the right place for you or the community that it would have been in. So I really appreciate your persistence and you're willing to continue. And please know that the council, even then, I'm sure I would be speaking for those who had to vote no that night. They weren't comfortable with that, but it was what they really had to do to conform to our comp plan and policies. So thank you so much. And you found the right place, and I know it's going to be great. And I really appreciate all of your commitment. Thank you.
Michael.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, it's a joyous day, and I'm so pleased for NAMI, but I just have to say that not everything you just heard is accurate. We never took a vote on a previous site. That no vote ever occurred, and I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Well, we turned it down. It didn't work.
Okay, Amelia.
Yes, I want to say just what I heard tonight, the importance of investing in humanity. This is what this is about, the inclusion and persistence and determination to where we are today. So this is a celebration about hope. Hope for people in those situations. You overcame the NIMBY. All of you know what NIMBY is. Not in my backyard. And we're so happy to hear Councilwoman Rouse and so many, and also the speakers, realize the value that this will bring to our city, that our city is for everyone, it's for inclusion. So thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, let's go ahead and vote on this.
The vote is open. By a vote of 11 to 0, you've approved the application of Virginia Beach Community Development Corporation.
Okay, I think that's it. Are we ready for appointments?
We are, Mr. Mayor. There's two appointments. One is for the Community Organization Grant Review Program Committee, Tiffany Arguello. And the second is for the Development Authority, and it's Lisa Murphy. Move for approval.
Okay. Okay, vote. Yeah.
Oh, one more. Oh, one more, I'm sorry. And for the VA 250, Bill Curtis.
Okay. Yes, you can.
I am going to abstain on the vote for appointments to the Development Authority. And I just want to offer my explanation. I've been working on coming up with a proposal that in the Development Authority, we do interviews as we do for another major commission, because I've had the experience over and over now with folks wondering just what the Development Authority is, who they are, and what their responsibilities are. The Development Authority is an extremely important board. As a matter of fact, we just conveyed property to them tonight. They own a tremendous amount of property. And one of the things that I had asked for in doing this preparation that I've been doing was a listing of the properties that they own, and I would have brought it tonight had I realized this was going to come up. But the Development Authority has a lot of responsibility, and they do own and control a lot of property in the city. And I think it's important that they be given additional review because of their accountability. They're an appointed group, and I think it's important that we make the appointments in a fashion that recognizes the authority and the power that they have as an appointed body. And I would like to be bringing that forward, but if we make these appointments tonight, then that sort of won't have any impact for quite some time. But I do want to talk about this board that we do have, that we do appoint. And I don't want to be confrontational to the Development Authority at all, but I would not be representing my residents who have been questioning the Development Authority and what they are doing and some of the actions they have taken if I had not done this. And I do feel like I have to represent what I'm hearing from the people that I'm elected to represent in District 2. So I will abstain on those votes.
Okay, at this point, the vote's open.
Councilmember Henley, you're voting yes for the rest of the appointments and just abstaining on Ms. Murphy, is that correct?
Are you abstaining on Murphy?
I'm abstaining on the Development Authority.
Okay, if you could go ahead and vote then, please.
You vote.
And then I'll just note for the record that you abstained for that one item.
Okay.
Thank you. By a vote of 11-0, noting Councilmember Henley's abstention for the appointment for the Development Authority, you have appointed those as read by Vice Mayor Wilson.
Okay, any unfinished business? New business?
Mayor, you have a Boy Scout in the audience.
Oh, yeah, come on down.
You didn't miss them.
Oh, my goodness. You stayed through everything.
Come on down.
Come up there to tell everybody your name.
My name's Alexander Hamilton.
Hey, what troop you at?
378.
Hey, welcome. Come on up here, get a pen. Future of America, folks. Hey, but listen, thank you. We are adjourned.